Oh. Good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning, or good Friday. How's everybody doing? You good, bro? Yeah. I just took I took a little medication before stream, so I should be good for a little bit. What'd you do to your back? So, I went up in weight. Essentially, like I have like a tendon in my elbow that for whatever reason, I mean, you can't actually like see it happen or whatever, but like for whatever reason, you can see it kind of like it'll kind of like pop back and forth over like my elbow. So I asked one of the trainers there and was like, "Hey, you know, what's the best way for me to get around this while I'm benching?" And they're like, "Just use free weights instead. Don't use the bench press." And I was like, "Oh, okay, all right, that sounds like a good idea." And that's what I did. Miss Anya, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. 12 months. Thank you. That's huge. Holy crap. Can't believe it's already been a year. So I was doing free weights for a while, for like months and months. And I've gone up in weight multiple times. And the problem is that like, I'm not used to handling as much weight as I am doing bench presses with free weights. So when I come up after my set, I was like, with this new weight that I'm on now, which I think is like 45s or something like that, I was straining myself to do so and wasn't realizing that I was probably hurting my back when I was doing it, or that I could have pulled a muscle in my back while I was doing it. So I did a full set of chest, and then I did skull crushers after. They were like 30 pounds or something like that. And then I went and did back extensions after that. So something in that mix, and it was probably just my improper like disengage from my set that probably injured me. And then I just made it worse by doing another set of something else and then going and then doing back extensions afterwards. But yeah. It was rough. I mean, it still is rough. I can't really bend over or anything like that. I can't like bend down to pick something up off the ground. I have to be like really cautious with how I even get out of bed or out of a chair and like take my time with stuff that I'm doing. But yeah. Yeah. Like I said in the post that I made, if it feels weird, it is weird. And when I was disengaging from my workout or from like each set, I felt like it was weird the way that I was getting up. And that's what it is. Did you warm up properly? It wasn't warm up. It's just I'm doing a chest workout, but I'm not paying attention to the fact that I'm lifting. Even though I'm lifting more weight with my chest, I still have to like get back up to sit up after I'm done with a set. And I was hurting my back doing that without realizing it. So now the funny thing is that I actually need to go back to using a bench press or using like a Smith machine or something like that because it's going to make it a little easier for me. So. Don't lift heavy things with your back for such forehead. It's not, I wasn't lifting. I mean, I guess I was lifting it with my back without realizing it. It's just it's the act of sitting up, right? I'm benching and then I sat up and I was sitting up with an extra 80 pounds that I normally wouldn't be carrying or 90 pounds or whatever it was. So yeah. Take some Tylenol, you'll be fine. I had to, like, I straight up had to go to the, I had to go to urgent care. I was really worried that I, like, seriously hurt my back because, like, I could barely move. Luckily, there was, like, no numbness or anything like that, so I realized that I didn't, like, you know, seriously injure my back in any way. But, yeah, I couldn't get out of, like, I had a really difficult time getting out of bed. I had, you know, I woke up in the middle of the night and I needed to go to the bathroom and I almost passed out, literally almost passed out from the pain. If it wasn't for the fact that it's like a very close proximity of my bed from the bathroom, I wouldn't have made it. Like I just immediately just plopped myself on the bed real fast. I think it's also just like the sudden shock from like being asleep and then getting hit with like really hard pain. It just kind of shocks your body a little bit. But yeah. Drop them to your side or bring your knees up. Rest the weights there. Yeah, that's what I probably should be doing. The thing is that it's one of those things where, like, the app that I use, I don't want to have to get like a trainer to show me everything that I need to do. So the app that I use actually has like demo videos that show you the proper form for the workouts that you're doing, but they don't actually show you disengaging from the workout. Most videos never show that, and that's actually a really important thing. It's a really important thing. Only 203 people. Should be like 1,200 people. You know what? I think the streams rarely get up that high. You should not stream, really? Well, I'd be sitting here playing video games or something like that anyway. Like, that's kind of the point. I would like the only reason I'm streaming is because I would have been bored regardless. As long as I just avoid like trying to put too much weight on my lower back, I'll be all right for a while. If it starts to hurt, then I cut stream. That's why I literally made it as that's why I titled it as, let's see how long I last. Though I guess that could also mean the same thing for Hades. Hydro Cannon Gamer, thank you for the 20, man. Super generous of you. Thank you so much. As someone who had back surgery twice and also threw out their back out at work, pain sucks. It does suck. Back pain is the worst pain. Back pain is the worst pain. Do you think that there'd be a patent war on video game concepts? Yeah, I talked about that a little bit in the video that I made, but I do actually think that's just kind of where these guys are going to go. Because the thing is that it's just the next logical step. You monetize your audience as much as you possibly can, and then you look for ways to be able to monetize your competition as well. And if these guys are getting approved for such insanely broad patents like Nintendo is getting, well, then obviously everybody else is going to jump on board as well and take advantage, while current administrations or people that are currently working for the patent office today don't actually really understand the concept behind patents in video games and how damaging they are to like the general industry. And while a lot of that stuff can be like frivolous, like fought on like frivolous claims in court, most people aren't going to. And they're just going to steer away from it entirely. Because, like, think about this. If you're like an indie, or if you were an indie or a AA company that doesn't really have the money or want to even go through the headache of having to go to court in the first place, you're just going to avoid whatever mechanics they patented entirely. You're just not even going to mess with it. Even if you think to yourself, like, oh, we could definitely get this through. Oh, definitely we could get this passed. You're still probably going to shy away from doing it just because you don't want to have to deal with the headache of doing so in the first place. So, yeah. So mad about the Nemesis patent? That's the thing. There hasn't been a single game that has even tried to make anything that even slightly resembles the Nemesis system, right? Not a single game has even tried because they know that they would just rather not have to deal with having to go to a patent war. Monolith is gone now too. Monolith is still there. They didn't shut down Monolith. They're more of a support studio now. I don't think they even have them working on a mainline game anymore. Did you see the Palworld spinoff reveal? I did, actually. I did see it. Yeah, I had liked it. Or I posted about it. I had posted about the Palworld reveal. Where is it at? I said, I can't believe we are so blessed to have Pocket Pair. I'm going to tell you guys right now, these guys are doing the Lord's work right now. This is, and I understand that it would have to be an insane coincidence for this to even happen in the first place, right? But it's so odd that... Morgan, thank you for the $1.99. Appreciate that, man. What am I playing right now? I'm playing Hades for the most part. I'm still doing a couple of things in Borderlands 4. I'm pretty much done with that, but mostly Hades. So the insane coincidence that's necessary for both Palworld to have their own, Pal Farm spinoff, as well as Pokemon having their own like cozy sim spinoff announced within like weeks of each other, I'm sitting here wondering, maybe it's like Nintendo's insiders, maybe they were the ones that, because like the funny thing is, if you look at these two games, if you look at like Palworld's trailer versus the trailer that they showed for the Pokemon one, Palworld's is like way higher quality, which tells me that they've likely been working on theirs longer. And if that's the case, maybe somebody from Nintendo got insider information because of the lawsuit and all the shit that they're looking through. They found out about it and started making their own, just trying to put them into another patent war lawsuit situation. I could totally see that happening. I could totally see Nintendo doing everything they can to try to trap this company and just burn them out of existence through lawsuits. And the reason I say that is because Palworld does actually kind of have the motion to be able to be like not necessarily a like weight for weight competitor with Pokemon, but probably the first legitimate contender we've ever seen outside of Digimon. Right? And I think that makes them a threat, a very big threat, because Nintendo's not used to having actual competition. They're not used to people actually making things that they make and also making them kind of better. Like I watched the I saw the trailer, or no, what did I see? I watched SkillUp's first impressions of the new Pokemon game, right? Pokemon ZA. It looks like garbage. It looks like garbage. It looks like shit. And it's just like, how do you guys have... It's so frustrating. You have the most... Is it the most popular? No, I think it's the most financially lucrative IP in the history of entertainment. It's bigger than Star Wars. It's bigger than anything Disney has. It's bigger than anything. Pokemon is the biggest of all of them. Yet you guys put out the worst games possible. The most low-effort garbage I've ever seen. It sells, so why try? Because it would sell even more. Like, you would sell through positive fan reaction and also other people subsequently getting more interested in it. It doesn't make any sense to sell fucking garbage. I know some people are like, oh, just sell the slot, buy the slot, people. No, you guys don't understand. They would be even more rich if they just made a better version of the game. Exactly. If Pokemon actually started trying, they would literally double their sales. They would. They would double their sales. They would double their sales. And it wouldn't even require them to spend that much more money. It's likely spending the exact same money. It's just making sure that they have better developers or a better plan of action when they're working on the game. I get what you're saying is maybe they don't want to spend the money, but we're talking about spending an extra $1 million to make an extra, like, 100 million, right? We're not talking about, like, oh, they're going to have to spend all the money that they would make on Pokemon. Like, guys, how many copies did Pokemon Scarlet and Violet sell? 27, Scarlet and Violet sold over 27 million units as of March of 2025. And that game never comes down in price. It never goes on sale. I want to say it's a $70 game. So they made 1.8 billion off the game. They almost made, and that was March. So chances are there's probably been more sales since then. So if that's the case, you know, these guys have probably made a cool $2 billion off of this game. It's not, we're not talking about, oh, Pokemon needs to go and spend another $300 million, even if so, if they could double the numbers that they're selling right here, that's exactly what it is, right? Like, you guys, they would make like that much more money. How big is the dev team? I don't know. How many people work at, Game Freak? 207 employees. That number has grown from 160 in 2022. I'm not going to lie, for the amount of money that company pulls in, that is a very small dev team. For like all of the different like versions of their game and shit that they make. Pokemon toys and cards. Oh yeah, no, the entire IP is a gold mine. It's insane how much money they make. It's like, what is the most profitable entertainment IP? The Pokemon franchise. It is the most popular. It is the most profitable entertainment IP, having generated over $100 billion in retail sales, primarily through licensed merchandise, video games, with annual revenue of $12 billion in 2024 alone. They made $12 billion just off of Pokemon in 2024 alone. Do you get what I'm saying here when I say, like, it's not like these guys would have to spend, like, spending an extra $100 million on your Pokemon game is a drop in the fucking bucket. It is a drop in the bucket. These guys could go out and they could make, like, could anybody, like, they could farm with a Pokemon MMO. Right? I mean, they could absolutely farm with a Pokemon MMO. Did anybody ever play the desktop Pokemon MMO that, like, some modders made? Like, they could make a game like that, and they would just insane amounts of money they would make. Insane amounts of money they would make. Pokemon has never seen gaming as a good business model. They just spend the minimum to put out the games, and they're okay with that when it ever comes. Well, like, the thing is, the reason why Pokemon is one of the most profitable entertainment franchises of all time is because they hit every single category in retail that you would want to hit, and also in marketing and just entertainment in general, to be able to make sure that they have this perfect cycle for every single game that they release. A new game means a new season for their TV show, multiple seasons for their TV show until their next game comes out. The game and the TV show are not fully tied together, but they're tied together enough to make everything feel canonical, right? Because they have the same territories, they have a lot of the same characters, they have a lot of the same gym leaders and all of that stuff. And then that video game that helped make the TV show then helps make the cards, that then helps make the merchandise, and then it goes on from there. Like, even, like, it's not, like, Pokemon doesn't exist without the game. Silver and Gold, they were creatively bankrupt? Silver and Gold were fucking great games. What are you talking about? Silver and Gold were great. So was, like, the Emerald ones are really good. The last good one I think that they probably made, and I haven't played them since then, is probably, like, Black and White. Those are really good. But, yeah. All Pokemon is mid. I mean, obviously, that's going to be something that's more subjective than anything else. I mean, the game essentially just is rock, paper, scissors when it all boils down to it, right? I saw where did I like this? Where's this at? Hold on. I saw something, I saw NL post something recently, or like a clip of him, and I thought it was really funny. And it makes it relevant to this conversation. Where it be? I've been liking way too much stuff and saving too much stuff. I've been while I've been like stuck in bed, I've just been, I guess I've gone too far. Anyway, it's just like, I've seen, you know, a lot of discussions around a lot of this stuff. And like, when I like for Pokemon, it is like, I get where people are coming from. It is slop content because it's, you know, it's just rock, paper, scissors, essentially, right? Did you receive a review copy of Ghost of Yotei? Will you not be playing it day one? I will not, no. I did not receive a review copy. I also have other shit to play right now. I'll be real with you. I have other shit to play. I got a copy of Dying Light the Beast. I've still been playing a little bit of Borderlands 4. What else? Oh, Hades just went 1.0, right? What's your pick for game of the year currently? It's Expedition 33, and it's not even a question. KCD 2 is a strong second. Yeah, I would agree with that. KCD 2 would be my next one that I would pick, but I would say Expedition 33. Silksong? It's not that I don't like the game. Me saying that it's not Silksong doesn't mean I don't like Silksong. It's just that Expedition 33 represents a lot more to me than at least like, I guess when it comes to game of the year, it's not just like how good a game is, it's also like the impacts of that game and what that game represents to me as a customer, right? So it's not as simple as just like, oh, but this game was really good too, that's why, like, it's just a good game gets it. No, like, Expedition 33 is something that, like, not, it's essentially a Baldur's Gate moment all over again. It's a game that came out that proves that a genre is not dead and that everybody's just doing it wrong. It's a studio that proved you can make a game of what I would say is, like, even though that game is considered as like indie AA, I would consider it better than most AAA games. It's just as good. Graphically, everything, voice acting, music, it has all the same hallmarks. They just didn't spend all the money on the marketing. They made it with 34 developers. It also is another, by extension, it also proves that a company like Ubisoft does have talent in it, because a lot of the people that are from that studio are old Ubisoft developers. So if you have guys like that that are working at Ubisoft that are like, we're going to go do our own thing, it shows that there is talent there. It's just they have bad management, right? So, like, there's just a lot of things that it kind of proves to me for the video game industry that kind of makes things, I don't know, that should turn things in the right direction if people learn the right lessons from it. Not really 30 plus devs though. If you wanna side with the games journalists on that and go into the fucking semantics of the fact that they had to have people that were
Witcher 3 ITS absolutely one of the best games I've played all time.
If you want to get into the why is that like that? So weird. Anyway, if you want to get into the semantics like the games journalists and be like, "Oh, we're sorry. No, this game isn't because they had localizers that worked on the game. They outsourced some fucking environmental work or something like that." I don't really care. It's the core team. The core team of the game was 34 people. Like, it's not, it doesn't discount it. It's not like I'm going to look at them and be like, "Nah, actually, you guys don't fucking deserve it. You guys were actually a team of 500 people." No, I don't give a shit. Does the game exist without those 34 people? Could the game still exist without the people that they used outside of it? Yeah, it would have taken longer, but it still would have existed. If those 34 people weren't there, then the game doesn't exist. That's the way that I look at it. There's a lot of contract work that comes with almost every single industry, and not all those people always deserve all the credit for everything. KCD2, Expedition 33, Silksong, very blessed year, a golden year for games. It's actually insane. I saw something recently. Where is it at? Somebody who posted something, and it also got me thinking about, like, just in general, like, just on the topic of, like, game of the year, right? If I can find it. Yeah. So I think this is 20 games, the top 20 games, the top 20 rated games of this year. So you have Hades 2, Expedition 33, Blueprint, Silk Song, Split Fiction, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Death Stranding 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Sword of the Sea. I never played this. I don't even know what it is. I never even heard about it. Like, that's how like bonkers of a year it's been for video games, is that there's one that's in the top 20 games of this year that I didn't even know even existed. I had no idea it even existed. I look at it, I'm like, what is that? Journey devs? Oh, okay. Final Fantasy Tactics, Ghost of Yotei, Shinobi. Shinobi's really good too, by the way. Mario Kart World, Silent Hill F, Metal Gear Solid, The Alters. I really enjoy this game. It's very good. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, Doom Dark Ages, and Borderlands 4. I'm gonna say I think I don't know. People probably, I don't understand. Doom at 83. Doom was boring. Doom was boring as shit to me. That shit was so linear. And it's not just like I need like a bunch of exploration or anything like that, but it just felt like way too on rails. And when I say way too on rails, it's because like there was no actual like, there's no secrets in Doom anymore. Secrets are gone. Like the game is like it's the accessible Doom. It's the Doom for accessibility reasons, right? Like they meant to tone this game down in all these different ways to make it something that everybody could play, which is just really weird for a Doom game. And it just didn't hit for me. Far too simplistic. Yeah. Like I'll give it to him that it's daring, I guess, to be able to take these risks and make these huge turns, but at the same time, I don't know. Let me catch up on these super chats before they get away from me. Don't see with the $10. Thank you again. Expedition 33 brought emotional experiences that I haven't felt since the Mass Effect trilogy. Witcher 3 it's absolutely one of the best games that I've played of all time. It actually is one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, no, without a doubt. It's very rare to come across a game like that makes you sit back and you're just like, holy shit, did I actually play that? Was that a real video game? How have I been blessed to be able to stay on Earth this long to be able to play something this good? Intergalactic, thank you for the 10. Doom is heavy metal Halo, fight me. I mean, I guess. I mean, it's kind of turning into that now. I think that's probably a good way to be able to say, yeah, it's kind of turning into that now. Especially with, like, they're trying to make it more, like, narrative-driven, which that, I think, is probably pressure that's coming from Xbox trying to have them turn Doom into their next Halo. They probably look at Doom and think that's their next Halo. I'm no longer getting the new Pokemon game anymore. The only new game I got this year might be, or that I'll get this year may be Battlefield 6 based on how good it runs on PS5. I think that the game is going to run really well when it launches. These guys have taken a lot of time specifically to make sure they're working on performance issues. I mean, I got to give it to them. Let people play the game, 2 months before the game comes out. That gives them a lot of time to be able to work on performance specifically, which is like the one thing that these guys are really trying to focus in on as much as they possibly can. Thank you for the 5, though. But this is kind of the topic that I was talking about before, where you see like this many games that we've had that have come out this year that have actually been like good games, genuinely solid, really good games. Some of these are going to fall by the wayside. Some of these are not going to do well in sales. The two specifically that I'm going to point out and say that are probably not going to do the best in sales is probably Death Stranding and Ghost of Yotei. Metal Gear Solid as well, actually. So, like, Metal Gear, I think, did 1 million in sales in its first month or something like that, which, that's decent. But I would imagine that hopefully they didn't spend too much money on it. But for a $70 remake that doesn't really add anything else to the game, that's rough, man. Ghost of Yotei? Or Yotei? Ghost of Yotei, that's what it is. Ghost of Yotei, that one, it's going to be hampered by the fact that it's a console exclusive. And you're also just going to have some, like, Ghost purists that are just, like, committed to Jin Sakai and don't want to play as anybody else and don't like the fact that it's a female lead. There just are people that are like that. Whether that's a more sizable audience or not, I have no idea. That's something you have to kind of wait and see. But I don't think that people are bothered by female main characters as much as they act they are sometimes. But this is one we'll just kind of have to wait and see how it actually does, right? Bro, that short you released got absolutely lambasted. People don't like hearing me say the fucking truth. That's what it is. People want to hear an opinion that agrees with whatever their preconceived notion is. They don't want to hear me say something that goes against that. I have to stay on a moral train track. But it's like I said, I'm not committing myself to saying that Ghost of Yotei is going to be some garbage game when I don't know what it actually looks like. I can talk shit, but I'm not going to say that it's going to be bad, and most times I'm not going to say that it's going to fail unless it's something that I'm just like, there's just no way. There's just no way. Yeah, and all the reviews agreed with you. Yeah, I know. Those are reviewers, though. Reviewers don't always share the same opinions as... Reviewers don't always share the same opinions as the audience, and also at the exact same time, even if something reviews well, it doesn't mean it sells well. Like, Blueprints is a 92. While specific sales figures for Blueprints aren't available, the game has surpassed 2 million total players. But it was on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus. Gamealytics estimates the sales at around 170K. Kind of impossible to get the sales data on consoles. Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you, like, even though it's a good game and it reviewed well, it doesn't mean it sells. So like review numbers don't actually matter when it comes to sales. It always depends on whether or not people actually want it. The Blue Psycho, the 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. This entire list reminds me of the discourse for the entire year. This game is a masterpiece. Everybody stops talking about it a week later and then moves on to the next masterpiece. Nobody cares about it. I mean, like, that's just the nature of conversation to begin with. That's one of the reasons why, in most cases, if I ever talk about one game and if I'm glowing about it and I'm just like, oh man, even if I don't like a game, I always try to make sure that I'm doing my best to be able to compare it to whatever else we had that released within a year, if there's an actual comparison to make, or, in genre comparisons to make and things like that, right? I still think about Expedition 33. I had a video that was going to be titled that. I had literally a video title for an essay that I was going to start. It was literally going to be called that. I 100%ed Expedition 33. It's such a good game, man. And there's so much to do. Tim Sim with the $20. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So when it comes to a close 3 absolute game of the year, Expedition 33, Silk Song, and Hades 2, right? If so, shows that 2025 has been a year of smaller creators, developers, and indie companies over AAA publishers. Well, you know what the funny thing is that if you go through this list, Borderlands 4 disqualified. Like, I will disqualify games from Game of the Year, like, just out of bad performance, right? Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds is not an 88. Monster Hunter Wilds is an 88 for game reviewers. Monster Hunter Wilds is like a 70 for video game players. I'm going to be real with you. Like, it's not a bad game, but I don't really think it delivers on what a lot of Monster Hunter players are looking for, and its performance has stayed shit since basically the game launched and hasn't done any better than that. I mean, adding $354 of DLC, Capcom presses the emergency bikini button again to let players know that they can have a sexy shot of Monster Hunter Wilds Smith Gemma, right? Gemma, as a quest complete animation. Yet So these guys have been doing everything they can to just shove a bunch of like gooner stuff and skins into the game. $354 in DLC. And they still haven't fixed the performance issues on the game. Still mostly negative on Steam. Browse all 104 downloadable pieces of downloadable content. Where's the $354.04. Good God. These guys are like speed running Destiny right now. Because I think like Destiny is like 400 some odd dollars if you want to buy all the DLC for it. It's The Sims all over again. And it's all cosmetics. It's all cosmetics. So like none of this is like something that you actually need. So am I really gonna trip out about this? Yeah, actually I will. I'm not tripping out about the cosmetic part. I'm tripping out about the fact that you guys have spent the time to sit here and why is the Monster Hunter Wilds original soundtrack $74.99? What? I don't even remember a single song from it. What? Okay, sure, Capcom. I mean, they must have really thought that soundtrack was an absolute banger. Holy shit. That is crazy. Anyway, I am mad because if they have the time to sit here and make all of these different animations, these gestures, the different windscreens, all the different cosmetic items and stuff like that, then you have the time to actually fix your game. Keep in mind, remember that they were supposed to speak at Gamescom and they were going to do a seminar on the importance of good performance in video games. And then they canceled it. I wonder why. Ultimately, everybody already knows what the fate of Monster Hunter Wilds is. It's the same fate as Monster Hunter Worlds. It's that the expansion will come. It'll fix all of the issues with the game and have better and add a bunch of content, and then everybody's going to herald Monster Hunter Wilds as the best game in the series. Or they'll release DLC for it, it still runs like crap, and then people will not be happy. It will not do well. It will not do well. I mean, the patches have been pretty good so far. The content that I've seen that's been added to the game is actually pretty solid, but the performance issues are terrible. You have to fix that. I mean, you are barring access from the vast majority of your audience. And it is on full display. It's on full display. They reached 1.3 million players. 23,000 people are playing the game right now. It's the same. It's almost the same amount as Monster Hunter World. Your biggest competition is your last game. Like, you got to do something, man. You got to do something. Like, that's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Let's see here. Let's see here. Psycho, the 10. Expedition 33 is very good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying that games now feel like they've become very disposable for a market, for marketing purposes, and then they get discarded. I think like part of it's also like the cycle when it comes to like content creation as well, like YouTube videos and whatnot. Like I can't sit here and make videos about Expedition 33 for an entire year, right? Like I got to talk about other things. It's not that I'm like trying to forget it. It's that I just staying up and keeping up with the Smiths, right? You got to keep up with the times. So that's part of it. So you're going to see it fall out of news cycles. You're going to see it fall out of discussion, but that's just because things move on. It's not that the game isn't remembered. It's not that the game isn't valued. It's just that there's other things to talk about. Not everybody's going to sit in one place. It's the nature of social media more than anything else. Beyond that, the other thing is that we've had a lot of really good games this year. We've just had a lot of really good games this year. So it's hard to really stick in one place for very long. And then, yeah, another 10. Holy shit, man. Thank you. The fact that somebody supported Capcom after they messed up with Dragon's Dogma 2, creating a sequel that is straight up inferior to the original in so many ways. Yes, I'm still mad about it. Hey, I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. When people ask me if they should play Dragon's Dogma 2, I tell them no, go play the real good one, and then, you know, send them on back to the first game and tell them to get the DLC. Dark Arisen is just superior in every way. But the problem is, and I think this is where things kind of get a little bit out of communication breaks down. People look and they're like, I can't believe that people would still support them after what they did to Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 was not as popular as people thought it was. That game only reached 228,000 players. Dragon's Dogma, the original game, and Dark Arisen also weren't like insanely popular titles either. They were very niche RPGs that a very small subsection of players really, really enjoyed and still talk about today and still obsess over today. But it's not a wide mass market appeal kind of game. Like it was going to be one, and Capcom tried to make it one through its visuals, right? And that's what a lot of these companies do. They pump all these visuals into these games to try to make it look like, look, this is the next thing. This is the next gen. This is everything that you're looking for in games right now today. And that ultimately came at the cost of the actual experience, because that's also why the game runs like shit. If they would have dialed back on that and just let Itsuno just make like a normal Dragon's Dogma game, but also at the same time, I think like Itsuno is kind of what is the best way to describe a developer like him? Because he's done this already, right? He did the same thing with Dragon's Dogma 1, like before the DLC. Let's not pretend like Dragon's Dogma 1 was a great game either. Dragon's Dogma 1 with Dark Arisen is a great game. Dragon's Dogma 1 by itself was okay. And also had some issues. And also had a lot of narrative plot holes and a bunch of other bullshit. Right? So, like, in some cases, people are looking at Itsuno and they're like, oh, man, this guy knows what he's doing. He's a genius. But I think he's somebody that's really good up until a point, but then just doesn't know how to finish it at the end, which is, like, really common with a lot of people. Crumb, thank you for the 4. Pre-ordered Gold Edition Anthem Never Again. Yeah, that's why you don't pre-order games. The only game that I've pre-ordered in the last, I don't know. The only game that I've pre-ordered in probably the last couple of years, or a few, probably longer than that now, is, someone pre-ordered Dragon's Dogma 2 for me, I think. Yes. But, Expedition 33. That was the only game that I did it for. And I did it 5 days before the game released, and that was because I wanted to reward them for good behavior. I wanted to reward them for doing something that I viewed as a positive thing in the games industry, whereas like, oh, instead of us just putting pre-orders out there and essentially giving you a couple free skins, our pre-order gives you a 10 or 15% discount on the game. I'm all for that, baby. That's what I want to see. I want to see more of that. I want to see people actually get savings or get something tangible out of pre-ordering a game rather than just like, oh, here's this skin that would have been in the game anyway, but we just cut it out and sold it to you later as a pre-order bonus. Players get nothing out of pre-ordering today. Nothing. Nothing worthwhile. 9 times out of 10, it's always something that you're going to forget about within a week of playing the game anyway. like those Borderlands guns that I got, like I got them because I got a code from 2K, right? So I got like all of the pre-order bonuses as well as everything else, right? They just kind of load you up with everything the game can get. I haven't even looked at the guns that you get as a result of getting the pre-order bonus. And for the most part, I think that they're useless. Don't see thing for the $20, man. I have a 4090 or 4080 S 2 gigabyte. Oh, 4080 Super. 7950X3D. Monster Hunter Wilds runs like complete ass. Explain that to me. It's just bad optimization. I don't know. I think it's probably because that engine is just not good at open world environments. I think that the engine is good in closed environments. Look at Resident Evil 4, right? Resident Evil 4 played pretty well. I don't think it had... Did Resident Evil 4 have a lot of performance issues? I don't really remember. But I mean, regardless, we are on a generational run for games this year. It is actually insane how many great games that we've had come out. And it's also insane to me how many of them I've already played, right? So like I played Hades. I'm playing Hades 2 right now. I played Expedition 33. I tried out Blueprints, but it's just not my kind of game. Maybe I just need to try to go back to it and give it a shot another day when I'm like a little bit more patient or something like that. But I just wasn't in the I just guess I wasn't really in the mood for it. I played Silk Song. I still need to finish Silk Song. I beat Split Fiction. I have played a little bit of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Fun game. I think it's actually really good. I did really enjoy it. I think it's really good. Death Stranding 2, I have not played. I refuse to. I'll wait for it to come out on PC. I'd rather play it in the best possible way I can. I played the dumpster off of Monster Hunter Wilds. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I put like 200 some odd hours into that game too. Sword of the Sea, I did not play. Final Fantasy Tactics, I will get. I don't know when I'm going to get it. I'm just not going to get it immediately. That feels like a game that I'd really like for Steam Deck. Feels like a really good Steam Deck game. Ghost of Yotei. I don't know. I don't know. The problem that I have is, and if you guys have been around long enough, you know this. I don't have the attention span for open world games. If something is like a 60-hour, 70-hour game, I'm just like, bro, I ain't. It sounds like I'm going to work. It sounds like I'm going to work. Yeah, I don't know. Like, part of me would do it. Part of me like wants to, because I know like the environments and stuff are really good, and they're actually, and that Sucker Punch is really good at storytelling, right? So it's not like I'm not fully out of it, right? I'm also not really somebody who cares that it's a female protagonist. I like games that have female protagonists more times than not. You know, I don't have any issue with that either. I'm also relatively unbothered by things like the voice actress and stuff. I don't care. Like, there's people that work at all of these studios that likely have opinions and do things and say things that I would absolutely hate. And we'd probably hate each other. But they probably still make something incredibly good that I enjoy. So I'd give it a shot either way, right? I judge based on the product itself, not on the sins that I put on them. Shinobi, I have played Shinobi. Shinobi's really good. Mario Kart World, I played that for like 5 minutes and I was like, this is the boringest shit that I've ever played. I don't know, like, I don't get it. I liked Mario Kart when I was a kid on N64, but now I don't understand why people like it. Jin got robbed? No, his story is done. His story's done. Like, with the DLC, his story is done. The man's retired. Like, Not every game needs to like grab the same protagonist and run him into the fucking ground like every other game does. It's okay to move on and use a different protagonist. I don't have any problem with that. I think like the DLC for Ghost of Tsushima put a very nice bow on things and walked away from it. Yeah, just keep sending Mongols. Yeah, just keep sending them. Just keep sending the Mongols. What else have I played? I've not played Silent Hill F. I might play Silent Hill F. I don't know. I have to be in a mood for a survival horror game, and I don't know if I'm in that mood right now. Like I could be playing Hades 2, right? Like I'm playing Hades 2 right now. Metal Gear Solid 3. I don't need to play it because I've already played it, right? Like, if I ever feel like I'm in a nostalgic mood and I want to go back and play that game, then I will. But, I mean, I played the fucking tits off this game. I don't really need to play this again. Alters, I played the Alters. I thought it was really good. You know what I really liked about the Alters? It's like a 20-25 minute game. A 25 minute game. 20 to 25 hour game, sorry. Not minutes. I did not play Ragebound. I did play Doom. Doom bored the shit out of me. I did play Borderlands 4. I am still playing Borderlands 4. Do the people that hate female leads in Yotei also hate Kill Bill, I wonder? I don't think it's necessarily that. Honestly, when it comes to Ghost of Yotei, Ghost of Yotei. I need to say it the right way. It really is just for a lot of people that the studio annoys the shit out of them. I think it's like people like they were super dedicated to Ghost of Tsushima. They saw it switch to a female protagonist, and people just didn't like that. You got a lot of people that just want to play as a male character. That's cool. It is what it is. Some people get more involved into it, and they don't like the voice actress, right? And they point to that. So you're gonna have some people that are into that. I don't know, man. It's one of the things where I'm like, I don't really know how much of that backlash is actually going to impact this game. And I've seen a lot of people farm it. I've seen a lot of people farm Ghost of Yotei, like, content around people being outraged about it. But I don't know how much of it is actually going to impact the game. It's a case of those people hate gamers, don't give money to people you hate. Yeah. Good fucking luck. When people say don't give money to people you hate, good luck finding people that don't hate you. There's probably plenty of people that hate me at a restaurant that I go to or would hate me. I just don't know it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to eat. I hope it fails. I don't know. I actually, the funny thing is that I don't think it's going to sell. I don't think it's going to sell very well. I don't. And the reason why I don't think it's going to sell very well is because, one, it's a console exclusive. And I think that they've definitely, dug a hole for themselves there. And then they have put up some added barriers on top of that with, the controversy that they had a month ago or whatever, a few weeks ago, or whatever it was. As well as just like general sentiment being kind of like mixed from like the customer regarding that, right? That's why I use like Blueprints as an example. Like, this is the third highest rated game this year. It is between Expedition 33 and Silksong, and this game likely didn't even sell 1 million copies. So just because a game is rated well and people say that they love it and they, hype it up, that doesn't mean it actually sells. That's why I always say that, like, in a lot of cases, the only games that like people can genuinely influence others to buy, because I saw like some people that are trying to say that like, oh, like streamers and YouTubers, they make or break these games. No. Streamers and YouTubers, for the most part, only are there for like confirming people's biases, right? That's really nothing else other than that. The only games that I can see, or I think you can actually say that streamers and YouTubers and content creators sell, are small indie games that are very cheap. because it doesn't require a lot of trust. Somebody trying to sell me a $70 game, that requires a lot of trust. That requires a lot of trust. Somebody trying to sell me a $6 game, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Right? I'll give it a shot. I think a really good example of this is Mega Bonk, right? Like I see like every single content creator posting videos talking about Mega Bonk, playing Mega Bonk. The game is just continually growing week after week, day after day. It just hit a new peak today of 50,000 players. It's probably going to still continue to go up. And the thing that's actually working in this game's favor right now is two things. One, because it has so much like insane replay value. It's a roguelite. That kind of keeps people continuing to play because it takes a long time to be able to unlock everything in the game, to be able to beat your runs, to unlock all the characters and all that stuff. So that's going to keep people playing it, which means it stays in conversation. And also, that means there's more content being made about it. And that cycle keeps going. I need to look into this game more. I played it a little bit. I actually really enjoy it. I think it's really good. I do. I actually think it's really good. But there's some marketing magic that's going on behind this game. And I don't think it's organic. I think it's actually manufactured. And if it is manufactured, it's fucking genius. Not in a bad way, right? Not like oh man, this is a bad thing. No, it's just like somebody actually figured out the sauce and is actually like using it to make sure that they could make a successful game. Because they already made a good game, which is good. So it's not like they're trying to sell you bullshit. They made a good game. There you go, step one complete. But then they also, I think that these guys, I think the guy that made the game, I think he knows some people. Because he's been very, I don't know. I need to do an investigation of sorts. I need to do an investigation. I'm going to figure out, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Because, I mean, you got every fucking major streamer playing this game. You got Moist Critical playing it. You got Queso playing it. You got everybody fucking playing it. You already know right now if Asmongold wasn't on hiatus, he'd be playing it. They'd all be playing it. It's sus. I think it's sus in a cool way, not in a bad way. Yeah, Shroud's played it too. Let me use the bathroom real quick. Give me a second. Oh, man. Anybody play Dying Light the Beast? What do you think so far? That's actually, I think I might play Dying Light the Beast over Silent Hill F. Because there's a lot of people that have kind of convinced me that it's good. Like, there's just been way too much positive sentiment around it. And this is literally me right now. Like, I've already had all of you guys asking in chat the entire time. LD, did you play Dying Light the Beast? LD, did you play Hades 2? LD, did you play, are you going to play Ghost of Yotei Day 1? Or LD, you're going to play Silent Hill F? LD, like, how many hours do you think I got, dog? How many? I need to sleep. I still need to sleep, man. LD, you gonna play Yakuza? No. LD, play Warframe? No. No. You play Shinobi? Shut up. They fucking deleted this post quick. Some dude who like posted that was like, no excuses, go buy. I don't even know what game it's for. No excuses, go buy the game now. It's some like PlayStation game or something like that. No excuses, go buy the game. And somebody just, I can think of one excuse, $69.99. Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't that the truth? These game price, and like that's the other thing too. If we look at this, so 30, 50 was Expedition 33 was 50, I think. 50. Yeah, 50. 30, 50, 30, 20, 40, 50. Okay. 70, 70, 70, 60, 30, 60. I can't picture them selling that for very cheap. 50. Okay. Props. I'll give props where props are due. $50 for $50 for Final Fantasy Tactics is a good price. That's a good price. I'm proud of you. Good job. Good job, Square Enix. Ghost, 70. 20, no, less than 20. No, it's 30. Okay, $30. $80. $80. $70, $70, $30, $30, I think as well. 70 and 70. It's a lot of money, my guys. That's a lot of money. How do you feel about Valve currently? TI just happened. Huh? What do you mean by that? I keep hearing about Hades or whatever you call it. Is it that good? Hades 1 is an incredible game. Just on Steam alone, I think I have like 250 hours in it. It's a narrative-driven roguelite. So you like... the combat and stuff is like really good. I don't know, man. It's really hard to... It's just... They got like a really satisfying gameplay loop. Every single run feels really good. When you start popping off and you get a really good build together, everything just feels incredible. Why can't games be $40? Well, because these people have like 500 people working at their studios, and they also want to go and spend like $300 million on a marketing budget. I swear it's just because these marketing people are trying to keep their jobs. That's really what it's for. All right, let's see what else we got here. So, Anata. What I thought was a not a real game actually ends up being a real game. And it's been criticized pretty heavily by people because it's using...
Look at the time! What's taking you so long?
It's being criticized pretty heavily because it's using some very similar...
I'm just venting about the roasting I got today.
very similar movement mechanics.
Forget it. Just make sure you don't get caught.
And and the funny thing is, so I have some opinions about this. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if any of these companies are using the same movement mechanics as some other company. I don't even care if it's the same animations. From my perspective, I'm more interested in if the game is actually fun. Is it interesting? Right? And also somebody brings up the game is published by Sony. So it's really funny to see all these people that are getting like butthurt over the fact that the game is like using their mechanics. Like, bro, you didn't even try. Like, you're just copying their homework. And somebody posted here to answer your questions. Anata is heavily advertised and marketed by Sony. Yeah, Sony has the marketing rights to the game. They're not publishing it because it's a NetEase game, so they don't need to publish it. But there's a really good chance that, you know, these guys, it's not a good chance. These guys are obviously okay with whatever they're doing to make this game. And they're likely going to be making money off of this game residually, right? Activision did it first. Everyone is forgetting that they had Spider-Man rights before Sony. Also true. But I mean, like, the animations themselves are like identical. So like somehow they actually, you know, ripped the actual framework of it, which I don't think they ripped it. They probably just, like they say right here, Sony owns Insomniac Games. There's a really good chance that these guys just got the animations from Sony directly. They're like, hey, we're going to use like a web slinging ability. Can you bring in somebody from Insomniac to help us do that or something like that? Who knows? I have no idea how exactly this works. So, but I'm just going to give my true opinion on this stuff. People want to get all worked up about this. A lot of it's just fandom bullshit more than anything else. And I also I don't think they realize or understand, because I think he even probably says it in here. How do these gacha games get away with straight up ripping off of Spider-Man? Not saying that swinging mechanics shouldn't be done, but these are literally Spider-Man 2 animations. Like, look, man, is this really what we want? Like, as fans of video games, do we really want to watch these games go to war with do we want to watch these companies go to war with one another? Is that what it is? We want to watch these games never stretch outside of where they are. All these animations need to stay exactly where they are. All these games need to stay exactly where they are. None of these IPs can share anything or do anything. It's just like, who cares, dude? What if the game ends up being fun? What if it ends up being a really, really good game? You know, like, do you really care at that point? No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. More times than not, the people that are bitching about this shit, it's just virtue signaling more than anything else. That's all it is. I think, like, way too many people create their entire persona around these games. We used to have a lot more not culture warring. We used to have a lot more console warring, right? Like people that were like, I'm an Xbox fan, I'm a PlayStation fan, I'm a Nintendo fan, and then they'd go at each other about what games they have, how many games they have, how good their consoles are. But now people have just like become slaves to like the brands of some of these games themselves and some of the companies and whatnot. So it's like anytime they see anybody doing anything similar, they need to like go after it the second that they can. And it's actually really funny because I think I had made a post about where is it at? Maybe it's this one right here. I love how these like straight up like Nintendo fucking like defenders. I said, like, so I had seen that the Pokemon company, their former chief legal officer said that they would not take action over the Department of Homeland Security for the video that featured footage of people being handcuffed and arrested to the Pokemon theme song. If you guys didn't see it, the Homeland Security Office for the United States posted a clip with Gotta Catch 'Em All, and they were catching illegal immigrants in the U.S. And I just said, no better example of how patent and trademark laws... No better example of how these patent and trademark laws aren't to protect the brand, but are instead a tool to use to suppress small developers and emerging competition. Look at Nintendo. They don't go after every use of their IP or mechanics, just a small guy. It's a cartel. And then I got people in here. A small company? I've never heard of a small-styled indie company that's taking on $1 billion publishing contract, or rather... or rather, there was a company that was called itself indie and then earned the disapproval of other indie developers. Wasn't there? Earned the disapproval of other indie developers. You mean like how Palworld did a crossover with Terraria? You mean like how Palworld right now is doing a crossover with... what's the other game? Ultra Kill. Now they're gonna do one with that Ultra Kill. Yes, aren't they? Yes, they are so hated, aren't they? They're so hated by indie developers. They're doing one with Once Human now as well. Yeah, I guarantee it. It's just so goofy to me, man. It's so goofy that these people think like this. Like, why do you feel like you need to shill for a fucking company? It just doesn't make any sense. What are you doing? The funny thing is that right now, I would guarantee that most of the people, most of these indie developers are looking at Palworld and they're looking at Pocket Pair and they are happy that these guys exist. They're happy that these guys are out here, that are doing what they're doing, that they're going to court, they're fighting Nintendo, and they're trying to make the entire environment for gaming and creating games a much more freer environment to do so. You have Nintendo, who's literally trying to patent everything that's not nailed down. These guys have tried to patent, and they've succeeded in patenting summoning mechanics in video games. And you think that that's a good thing? You think that's a good thing? These guys are doing God's work right now. What are you talking about? And the funny thing is that like these two games, like how they're making their game, whether it's a coincidence or not, or however this even happened, which I don't even know how it would even happen in the first place, but for them to be able to go off and make something like this that's directly challenging the Pokemon version of a game, Pokepedia or whatever it's called, I don't remember the name of the game. This has a hell of a lot more personality. I can tell you that right now. And if we actually finally have somebody that's going to step up to Nintendo and challenge one of their biggest IPs and try to put it on display how far their games have fallen from quality, from diversity in gameplay, from just general mechanics, from all kinds of different things, that's exactly what you want. And at the same time, these guys are spending their time trying to make sure that they're fighting these guys in court to try to make sure to hopefully not only protect their own business, but also to set a precedent for the rest of the games industry to show that people are free to make whatever they want to make. And you still have people that are trying to go after this shit. I'd seen somebody in here that was like talking about, somebody had made a comment. They were talking about fair to criticize Nintendo, but let's not pretend that Palworld's success isn't partly or mostly thanks to mimicking Pokemon's design style and premise. A quality experience built with stolen ideas doesn't excuse the theft. Where do you think Pokemon got their idea from? They didn't make it? What about every single other game in the entire fucking video game industry? Literally every single game is inspired by another game. There is always something that came before it. Expedition 33 didn't just appear out of thin air. It's inspired by Final Fantasy. It's so... And these people believe what they say. And they think that they're right in thinking it. And it's like what you're asking for and what you want is the most oppressive culture for creativity. All because you like your little Pokemans. I bet you got a Vaporeon body pillow. I mean, it's very common for Nintendo, and for a lot of people, Nintendo won't put their games on PC, so somebody else is bound to do it. Nothing was stolen. That's actually the funny thing is nothing was stolen. Like, sure, there are like a couple of designs that are a little close for comfort, for damn sure. But why did Palworld sell? Why did Palworld sell 25 million copies? Do you think it's purely because of Pokemon? I'm not going to pretend like it wasn't a part of it. But I think it largely sold well and reached 25 million players because it was offering something that Pokemon hasn't. A game that matches up with the original audience, like how that audience has aged over time. It offered an experience that is like Pokemon, but is something else entirely different. Like, Palworld is not a Pokemon game. Not in the slightest. Corporate defenders, man. Stay away from the multi-billion-dollar company. I can't deal with it. I can't. I think I missed some super chats. Give me a second real quick. I gotta go way back here, huh? Let's see here. What if Wolverine is 70 hours, JK? Thank you for the $2. I don't know. That's different because I like X-Men. So that's why. Shut up. 70 hours plus, I have no problem putting into a game if it's a game that I am like dead set on playing and super interested in. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I put like over 150 or 200 hours into that game. Why? Because I was dead set on playing that game. I wanted to play that game. Ironically, what made me want to play the game is that I just went back and played the first game. And I played it all the way through. And I did all the content in the game. And I was like, holy shit. This is fire. This is really good. I need to play the next one. I can't wait for the next one. And then I got to play the next one. And I'm like, holy shit. These guys not only delivered, they over-delivered in this case. Crosis, last week you said Uncharted sales went down with each game when it went up. LL didn't do great. LL didn't do great. What is LL? I don't remember. But that's a spin-off. Please look it up next time. Did it really? I mean, this is just Google pulling it off of Wikipedia. Thief's End was the best-selling game at 18 million copies. Yeah, so the first game was... No, that's Uncharted 4. Oh, okay, I'm reading it upside down. Wait, what? How does that even make any sense? Oh, Lost Legacy was the one that was at 5 million. 18 million was Uncharted 4. Okay, yeah, I was wrong there. I think I was probably just thinking of the last game that it came out. I was probably just thinking about these two. The collection and the most recent one. Calm Storms, the $5. You also can't ignore that if you own DL1 and 2, which I bought on sale, you are given Dying Light the Beast for free. Well, I got a code for it. I wouldn't even know how to be able to get that. Plus, I think the problem is that like I think I played the original Dying Light on like Xbox, and then Dying Light 2 I got on PC, so I wouldn't be able to probably claim that anyway. It's usually in the same place. You need to be able to pull all that together. Thank you for the $5 though. Psycho, thank you for the 5. They get mad about this game, but in the same breath, they get mad that Nintendo is trying to copyright game mechanics. I hate Nintendo, by the way. I'm actually going to be honest with you. The people that you're seeing that are defending Nintendo are not actually upset that Nintendo is trying to patent their game mechanics. They truly believe in their heart of hearts that Nintendo is the only people that should be making games like Pokemon. Nobody else should be making Pokemon. They don't want to see it. They don't want anybody else to make it because they think that there could be nothing better than the Pokemon games that they get already, which is just like, man. Don't see with the 10. Let me play devil's advocate here. What if a game rips off of, say, Street Fighter animations and mechanics? Would it be the same conversation? Now Palworld's and Pokemon's lawsuit is bullshit. Oh, man. I feel like that's probably a different story because at that point you're essentially one-to-oneing a game, so the actual game would straight, because like, how do I explain this the right way? Like the core mechanics and the animations of a fighting game are much more core to the actual game's experience, like how you actually play the game, right? Like the iframes in between each move and things like that, understanding all that stuff, that actually would just be a flat-out ripoff and something that would just be straight up illegal. Like, that you can't do. Because essentially you're just reskinning a game, and you can't do that. Psycho with another 10. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. The Homeland Security video doesn't matter. Most Nintendo fans are brainwashed ghouls that'll simply buy the next Pokemon plus DLC with a smile on their face. You'd actually be surprised. People are actually pretty upset about the... they're pretty upset about the Day 1 DLC, as well as... Probably they're more upset about the online subscription needed. Did you see the gameplay trailer for Anata? No, I haven't watched it yet. We can actually watch that. I don't need to watch the extended one. I just want to see the regular one.
Wait, it's shut down?
We just got here. How's it already closed? And who told us to come here in the first place? Oh, it was...
Paycheck? We still haven't got our paycheck!
Wait, so this is not... this is NetEase. So this, for some... I thought this was MiHoYo. Because it really looks like Zenless Zone Zero. Whatever, I'll just fucking... The biggest problem that I have with these, like, trailers is that, like, this is why I don't like streaming on YouTube. Like, I know it's so much easier for everybody to watch. This entire stream just got demonetized. Like that. One trailer. That. Gone. YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. Copyrighted music. You're dead. Bam. That's it. And what like really worries me is that like when it comes to some of this stuff, which I'm just gonna mute it. I don't know. Whatever. Fuck it. It's already too late. The problem is that if any of these companies end up being super aggressive about it, they could just take down the entire channel. So that I just don't have a YouTube channel anymore. It's already too. I'm turning it down because the song's a little loud, but it doesn't matter. It's already too late. The minute that it played the minute that it played a copyright track, that's it. It's already done. All right, it's already done. The ticket's already in. I'll get a notification tonight about it. Lighting and environments look really good. Hold on a second. So is this essentially just going to be like gacha GTA? I did hear that... is this game even going to have gacha at all? I heard that like the characters are just going to be playable, and the only thing that they're going to have that's going to be gacha is going to be like cosmetics and stuff. Combat looks pretty good. They removed the gacha. It's like the one thing that I always said with some of these like anime what the fuck? It's the one thing that it's just like some dude getting eaten by a trash can over here. It's the one thing that I've always said with a lot of these games is that if they just got rid of the gacha, it would make them much more palatable to Western audiences. Like, don't get me wrong, Western audiences still will buy into gacha games, but not nearly at the scale that some of these companies wish that they would. So is this going to be like a full-priced game, or is it going to be free to play? Because that's always been one of my other complaints as well. Is like these like anime games can like these games can make bank. These games could make bank, but they just have to be like cautious about how they monetize them. It's free to play. Interesting. Is it multiplayer or just single player? Because it's essentially like it's essentially like Spider-Man, GTA. The rest of this combat. Like, what can't you do in this game? Flamethrowers, grenades, okay. Got guns, taser gun. Flying trains, okay. Oh my. Metal Gear? Is that Metal Gear? Spider-Man, GTA, Just Cause, the anime? I guess. Like, there's so much going on here. I'm having like a really hard time understanding what this game is going to be. One of the weaknesses of this game that'll probably make it... Oh my god, it's literally GTA 5. One of the things that is really... The game really just doesn't have much of like a clear identity. Like, I just don't understand what the point... Okay, I mean, I guess yeah, I can see what the point is. No, never mind. No, I can see it now. I've been convinced. Good point. Yeah, you make a good point. I literally had seen somebody that just had like just a random clip of the game, or like it was a random clip that I saw that was playing online where somebody was just like going around and just like why are they blurring it out in the trailer? Are they just not going to have that kind of violence like in the game? They should have it in the Western version. That's one of the things that I will say I want to see more of these companies do, these Chinese companies. Is like, it's okay if you want to censor the game in your country, but don't do it to the other countries. Otherwise, you're just going to hurt yourself. Oh, yeah, this game will print money with outfits. You throw in a bunch of cute anime girls and people are just going to line up and spend money on this thing. Dude. Place. This game's going to do really well. This game's going to do really well. I see a bright future for this game. Very bright future. Just the like sheer amount of like nonsense it's got. Are those protesters? What the fuck? What? This is literally just GTA, but with anime cat girls and bunny girls and stuff. Yeah, this could do really well. Yeah, I think this game's gonna do just fine. I'm honestly watching this now. I'm kind of getting excited for it. When is this game supposed to release? What's it called? Anata. And then you got your Spider-Man web slinging. Huh. Very interesting. This is the part that set people on fire, right? But I mean, like, look at the positive engagement on this. That's a lot of likes. I don't think it's botted. That's one of the problems that I've seen with some of these like some of the Chinese publishers and developers. They will bot the shit out of their YouTube videos. They will bot the shit out of their YouTube videos. But I mean, I feel like 12,000 comments kind of lines up with 24 million views. Or 2.4 million views. Which genre is this game? Yes. Yeah, that's just what I was about to say. One guy in the meeting said, give players what they want. Yeah, like the funny thing is like initially I sat down and I'm looking at this game and I'm like, I don't understand really what's going on here. But then the more that I'm watching it, I'm like, the more interesting it gets. And I'm like, there just looks like there's just so much like ridiculousness in this game. And I love games that are like that. They feel refreshing to play. Like I don't feel like I'm super drained after playing a game like that, right? I guarantee it'll make really good stream content. What inspired you to make this game? Everything. Yeah. Grandpa, what was your favorite game growing or Grandpa, what was your favorite game to play growing up? The game, my son. The game. Yeah, it does really you know what the funny thing is? As much as people want to complain about some of this shit, like it using animations or themes or just like straight up like copy paste stuff from a lot of different games, it's such a hodgepodge of games that it kind of feels like it's almost like it's like paying homage to the entire hobby in a weird way. Is it a PlayStation exclusive? No, I think it'll probably come out on PC as well. Official release date. Its global rollout is late 2025 or early 2026 with open beta periods announcing major expos, the Tokyo Game Show. Pre-registration for the technical test is already open on the official Anata site. Okay. PlayStation 5, PC, Mac, Android, and so it's going to be mobile as well. That'll be interesting. Mobile anime GTA. They got 11 million pre-registers, by the way. I would guarantee it. I'd guarantee it. Is it going to have any type of like multiplayer? Because I think that would be interesting. We'll see how it does. Be interesting. I can't wait. I can't wait. If this ends up being another like Chinese game W, man, people are gonna have a rough time. People are gonna have a real rough time with that. This goes back to something that I said last week. Don't you guys remember I said, I'm like, when I was looking at like all this patent war shit and all that stuff, I'm like, you know what? This just means that people are going to go and play more Chinese games because these guys don't give a fuck a patent. What's a patent? What's a patent? Why would I give a shit about a patent? Dude, you know what the funny thing is? So I said this last week because like they showed off, and this is just wild to me, right? Like, so I don't know if you guys saw this or not. I gotta skip this one song. So Digital Foundry confirmed that Borderlands 4's performance degrades over time on all consoles. Drops start after 30 minutes of reaching as low as 720p, 35 frames per second after 1 hour. Absolutely unacceptable that this game was allowed to launch like this. Randy says restart fixes it, so it's fine. So the longer that you play, the worse it plays on console. So essentially, and Randy was going around being like, no, it's okay. All you got to do is just restart the game every hour. It's so funny to me that this dude went on a fucking tirade of fighting against every single player that came out that was talking about performance issues. Pretending like it doesn't exist, acting like it's your hardware and your problem, only for all of us to be proven right that yes, your game has really bad performance. No, it's not our hardware, it's your optimization. It is a failure of your testing and the time that you gave to optimization. And you went out there and fought tooth and nail against your players. Spud, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. And you went out there fighting tooth and nail against your customers only to find out that yes. And I knew it was going to be a matter of time because Digital Foundry, Gamers Nexus, like the people that usually review these games based on whatever their performance is, like those guys hadn't put out their videos yet. There'd only been like one, which was Hardware Unboxed, I think. Right? So once those guys actually sunk their teeth into the game, they tore it apart and they were like, holy crap, this is bad. And notice, Brandy went silent. He went silent. After that, you heard nothing. Nothing about performance anymore. The next thing we got from Randy Pitchford, is him like flooding his timeline to make sure that nobody remembers that he was talking shit. Did he take down the apology video? Oh man, I must have grabbed it at just the right time, I guess. So he had an apology video up where he apologizes to Nintendo fans because the game is no longer releasing on Nintendo Switch 2. Basically, he had to come forward to say that they have to delay the game indefinitely. They had to give returns to everybody who that had pre-ordered the game, and they don't know when they're going to be able to release the game on Switch 2. But it's a great, perfectly optimized game. What does he here? Alex Solari with the $9.99. Hey man, you play on you wanna play the Tactics remake. Do you have a favorite Final Fantasy game? Thanks, love the content. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. I will play Final Fantasy Tactics for sure. I love Tactics back in the day. My favorite Final Fantasy game, 8. I'd say 8's my favorite. Gunblades were just really cool. Squall was really cool. Renault was really cool. Ultimacia was a badass, like, villain. I really liked 8. Please say FF6. I liked FF6 too, but 8 was the first Final Fantasy game that got me into playing Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 9 is my favorite. 9 is really good too. I also really like 12. Let's see if there's anything else that I was talking about recently at all. Oh, I'd see this dude that, well, I guess I actually ended up being wrong. He had a post that I had made a post on his post, but I'm not even going to explain it. Essentially, there's been people that have been bitching about Battlefield 6's movement and how terrible the movement's going to be now, that they like nerfed the movement from the beta. And I was just like, okay, who gives a shit? This is not supposed to be Call of Duty. (10-2) was fun. Why do people want to shit on 10-2? (10-2) was the J-pop version of Final Fantasy X. It was just girls having good time doing girl time, right? Plus, if I'm not mistaken, oh, did they replace her in that one? I can't remember. I'd have to look. Man, it's been so long since I played those games. If you want movement tech spam or movement tech spam, go to play COD instead of ruining Battlefield 6, bro. That's exactly where I'm at. That is exactly where I'm at. I have no time for this shit. I see more and more people trying to make Battlefield 6 more like Call of Duty, and you hear these these Call of Duty streamers that are like, "You don't understand, man. If you want Battlefield 6 to compete, this is going to be the only way. It's the only way. Otherwise, COD's going to win out any." And it's like, no, well, Call of Duty is just going to sell more copies regardless, because it's a household name. Like that's just going to happen. It's not that big of a deal. I don't need Battlefield 6 to beat Call of Duty in sales. I need Battlefield 6 to be a Battlefield game and to be good. That's it. COD is almost a different genre. I don't even know what Call of Duty is anymore. Call of Duty fans, please add BR. Well, they're getting it anyway. Hades 2 kicking butt? Oh, actually, I don't even know. 100,000 players today. Or its all-time peak, which is 16 months ago. So when it first came into early access, it had 100,000 players. So far, its 24-hour peak is 89,000 players. It'll do better over the weekend, probably. Saturday, Sunday, it'll probably jump up. I miss Medal of Honor. You're probably never going to see another one of those games. I think that we're kind of maybe as a society or something like that. I'm not really too sure, but I think we're starting to grow past World War II games. Like I just don't think people find them as interesting anymore. Is it better than Borderlands? I wouldn't really compare the two games because they're nothing alike. I can tell you that it runs at 120 FPS locked, which is great. Wasn't the last Medal of Honor in modern times? I don't remember. When does Battlefield 6 come out? Is it like October 6th or something like that? This game's gonna pop off. I don't know. I understand why, because people like Survivor games. People like Vampire Survivors and stuff like that. And it has a lot of really cool stuff to it. And it being 3D and the way that they did, like, how it has an actual, like, active level design rather than just simply, like, I'm just trying to walk around and survive and get my upgrades. Where there are, like, okay, I'm going to go and hit this statue to summon some shit, to be able to kill it, to be able to get more points, or get another level up, or to get an item, or get whatever it is, and running around and breaking vases, and summoning mini-bosses, increasing the difficulty as you go, the ability to actually have, like, vertical movement, and how you can even create like weird builds of your own. You have a lot more like build freedom in a game like Mega Bonk than you would in other games, because there's like some shit that's in there that's like increase damage while midair, and then you could also then build your way into like being able to increase like your jump height and your hang time while you're in midair, so that you do even more damage when you're up there. Did you watch the Soros gameplay? No, I haven't seen that yet. That's a game I'm really looking forward to. I love Returnal. I love Returnal.
Every time the sun dies, time stretches and tears.
Scan for Soltari signals.
Signal corrupted. Approximating.
Is that the thing from the ridge?
Confirmed.
You better stay out of my way.
Hey everyone, how's it going? I'm Gregory
Good.
Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque. Today we are thrilled to show off this first look of gameplay for Saros running on PS5. Saros builds on Returnal's award-winning action and tells the emotional and haunting story of Arjun Devraz's drive for answers on the shape-shifting planet of Carcosa.
I love that they're sticking with the same gameplay. This game, I need to tell you guys right now, like, if you for whatever reason have not played Returnal and you own a PC and you can run it on your PC, which it actually is pretty well optimized, play the shit out of this game, because it is just like, it is just good. I don't even know how to really explain it. Like, Returnal, like, its storytelling is really cool. I don't even know. I haven't even heard of Returnal. There's a lot of people that haven't for whatever reason, because like Nintendo didn't, or sorry, not Nintendo, Sony didn't really market it that well, to be honest with you, and it just kind of like went by the wayside. I think it's also because of like the cover art. I hate to say it, but like I don't hate to say it. I'm just gonna be truthful, okay? Marketing. Having your cover be a non-conventionally attractive woman is just gonna turn people away from the game. Okay. That's what's good to do. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how people work. That's how humans are. We are attracted to attractive things, and seeing a not conventionally attractive woman on the front cover of a video game is just going to turn some people away. So people just didn't pick it up. Simple as that. I mean, it was successful enough on PlayStation for them, and also on PC for them to be like justify making another game, and that's also probably a reason why they're making a male character this time. I'm just going to throw that out there. Just throwing that out there. But the story was absolutely fantastic. Their storytelling was really cool. It's a roguelike, so there's some continued progression in the world, but not continued progression by power. You do get some abilities, but the abilities that you get in Returnal are just more movement and platforming that allows you to gain access to other areas to find more power-ups and stuff while you're in a run. But it's a very narrative heavy game. So you're pushing the narrative as you're moving through these different dimensions and gateways and stuff like that. Progression tools, not guns. Correct. Right. So every run you're still looking for stuff to make a good build, like a good shield, a good gun, a good backup gun, a few other things as well, picking up some things that'll actually kind of define your build as you go. But the boss fights and stuff, especially for a 3D action game like this, is just like so good. You mean you don't want to play as a 40-year-old woman? What? Like, that's the thing. Like, you put a 40-year-old woman on the front cover of a video game, most people are going to be like, I don't know what that is. I'm not going to play it. I'm not really that interested in it, until you actually sit down and play the game and you're like, holy shit, this is fire. It is such a good game. It is such a good game. I would probably say it's in the realm of my top 10 games. It is so good.
Here we show off one of our exciting combat features, the Soltari Shield. By holding R1, you can defend yourself and absorb projectiles.
Which, by the way, you're essentially watching Returnal gameplay right now. Like, Returnal plays just like this. Obviously, this guy has different powers and stuff like that, but this is exactly how Returnal plays. It's essentially like roguelike meets bullet hell. So like you actually have to start memorizing like colors and patterns because certain enemies will fire in like very specific ways. It's kind of like what they tried to do with Doom Eternal, but it just delivers a hell of a lot better. What is this game? This is called Saros.
By absorbing projectiles, you can now hit
Saros is the it's going to be the sequel to Returnal.
back hard using your power weapon. By holding the adaptive trigger on L2, you'll be able to destroy enemies using eclipse-driven weaponry.
Like boss fights in this game feel like raid fights from like Final Fantasy 14 or like World of Warcraft or stuff, because there's just like so many different type of like mechanics and patterns and things like that they can do to attack. It's so so good.
Soltari holocache detected.
Mark it on the map.
Here is a Soltari hololog.
Also, I fucking
you can
dig
look-
the shit out of their art style. They have this like cosmic horror art style. Their sound design is also really good. It's just a really good game. Like, I highly recommend Returnal to anybody. Like, anybody can pick that game up. Saros isn't listed on Steam. It's probably going to be a PlayStation exclusive for the first year.
Learn more about Lost Carcosa.
I'll try to forget.
Hold up for me. I will find you. I promise.
Man, this looks so good.
This is Second Chance, where you can be revived on first death to get straight back into the action. Second Chance is part of our permanent progression systems, which means you will always come back stronger.
Okay. Dude, I love their art style. I love their art style, man.
The sun is forever.
So cool. Okay, so now they're showing a boss fight. Oh, okay. I thought they were going to show a little more. Their environments are so cool. These games have like so many of these like screenshot moments that are just like, holy shit, dude. It goes so hard. Eldritch type shit. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I highly recommend, if you have not played Returnal or you never heard of it, go play it, because it will go far past whatever your expectations are. I'll tell you that right now. I went into the game completely blind. I knew nothing about the game. I'd only heard some positive things. I saw some like positive like review scores. A couple of my friends told me that it was really good. And I was like, okay, so if everybody said that it's good. Okay, I'll go give it a shot, you know? And then I played it and I was like, holy shit, I was hooked. I couldn't put that game down. I jammed it for a long time. A good long time. They ended up adding the only downside that the game had was that it didn't have any, like, after you basically beat the story, it was pretty much done. How does it run on a 3060 Ti? You'd be fine. I played it on a 2070. Yeah. Absolutely sick. March. All right. I'm in, baby. I'm in.
PlayStation.
Coming to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation Pro. Fuck you. I mean, I'll still play it. Begrudgingly, I'll still play it. How very Dune? Yeah, I will say that this one has like a little bit more of a Dune feel to it, which I don't have a problem with. I legit have a run suspended right now in Returnal. I'm eating and watching you before I continue. It's so good. Game is so good. There's some like, they dip into like how the fuck do you explain what kind of game it is? Like, you would initially just say it's a roguelike, which is like, yeah, that's true. But it's also survival horror. But it's also a thriller. But it's also like a kind of like a cinematic movie in some ways as well. It's such a they cooked, man. That's all I can say. Housemarque cooks. These guys cook. They are by far one of the like least talked about developers, but they put out some good shit, man. You see the new Kojima game? I'll wait to see what it is when it releases. The problem is that, like, as you guys know, I'm not really a huge fan of Hollywood's influence on the video game industry. And since this game is being made in conjunction with Hollywood, right? You got who is it? Who's the ones writing the story shit for it? The OD trailer, right? OD trailer? Okay, fine. Hello? Okay. Spooky looking, good Halloween game. You know what this game's gonna be? You know what this game immediately reminds me of? I like how some people are saying like Silent Hill, Heavy Rain. No. What other game has Xbox made that is like they're very happy with how graphically intensive and beautiful the game is? It's essentially like an art game is what it is. Hellblade. Yeah. It reminds me of Hellblade. That's what essentially I think it's going to be. Where it's a game where there's not really gameplay, really. It's more just like, look at this. Isn't this awesome video game design and narrative? Which, I mean, like, cool, but I just don't really think it's going to be something that's going to be, like, that popular. Like, interactive movie. Yeah, essentially an interactive movie. And, like, some people might be into it. Will it be really good? Who knows? I mean, it does have Kojima's name attached to it, so maybe people are going to hook up to it, I guess. We'll have to find out, but yeah. Both Hellblades are a real experience, but less of a game than most games. Exactly, but that also means that like while they're one hell of an experience, they're not a game in a lot like in the classic definition of what a video game really is, not for a lot of people. Therefore, they're not really that popular, right? So it's going to be a very niche game with a niche audience, and I think like some people are going to dig it, other people won't. Is it going to bring a bunch of people over to Xbox? Probably not. I have no idea. But wasn't Hellblade initially on PlayStation? Was it? No, I thought Hellblade was on Xbox. I thought that was always an Xbox title. Good stream game, though. That's true. That is true. That would make a good stream game. Except I'm without emotion. Nothing scares me. Nothing scares me. Like, I don't care. The funny thing, and it just kind of comes back. It just kind of comes back down to like, you know what? It's probably not shameless. It's probably that Sony actually sent over people from Insomniac to go help them. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? I think this is probably your top. I think this is the top 3 front runners. I'm realizing now, though, Game of the Year this year is going to be a bloodbath. Like, people are going to be mad no matter what. I think Expedition 33 will probably make the least people mad. Because I think a lot of people are looking at it and they're like, yeah, dude. Like, we want that team to win. KCD2? Silk Song? No. Expedition 33. Expedition 33 is my vote. Unequivocally, it's my vote. See, you already have people in the chat right now. Silk Song. But what about Silk Song? But what about Silk Song? It's just like, don't get me wrong, man. Silk Song's really good. It is. But if I was going to give any discount to it, it is just more Hollow Knight. It is better Hollow Knight. It is more of Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight's already a really good thing, and there's nothing wrong with having more of a good thing. Though too much can definitely be too much at certain times, but definitely not in the case of this. Is it tougher? It's tougher than Hollow Knight? Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And then do you guys know what's going to end up happening, though? Watch Donkey Kong Bonanza win it, and then everybody just fucking melts down. You guys have to remember something. You guys have to remember something. Who won last year? Do you guys remember who won last year? Astrobot. Why did Astrobot win? If you guys, some people forget, a lot of the publications that come in to do the voting for Game of the Year aren't even video game magazines. They had Variety magazine. They had Vogue magazine. They had the Rolling Stone. They had a bunch of these other ones. And it's just like, those guys are not the ones playing Expedition 33. They're not the ones playing Silk Song. They're not playing Hades. They're playing Mario Kart. They're playing Astrobot. They're playing Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like, they're like the most, yeah, NPR was another one that was on there as well. Absolute fucking tourists. So you have to keep in mind that a lot of the publications that are involved in the voting process, which, by the way, they're, I don't know if you guys knew, I don't know if I made a video, I think, covering it last year, which means I'll probably end up making another video covering it this year. But the Game Awards, their voting process is based 90-10. 90%, they base 90% off of, it should be on here somewhere. About. Advisory board. I mean, Kojima's on the advisory board. He might win he might win by default. That is his best boy, right? That is his homie. Oh, they took it off of here. They had it on here before, but it looks like they got rid of it. Variety. Rewind? No, I don't want to see. I don't. No. So they had a whole thing where essentially they'd actually had shown. Yeah, here it is. The Game Awards uses a blend of a voting system where the winners are determined by a jury of game media and influencers. 90% of the vote and public fan voting is 10%. So it's 90% influencers and journalists and 10% you. That sounds a lot like the rest of the games industry, doesn't it? Does that make a lot more sense to you guys when you see some of these games get released? This should help you make a little bit more sense of the world and how it works. LD confirmed in the jury. They could if they brought me in. But I don't know if Jeff likes me or not. It should be 70-30 minimum. They'll end up saying who their jury is closer to the date. But yeah, last year, I mean, they had a bunch of really weird ones that were on there. There was just like, what is this? What is this even for? No journalist should maybe have 25%. That's why the Game Awards isn't the Steam Awards. Oh, that's why my Game Awards is the Steam Awards. That makes sense. The problem is, too, is that, like, you have to think about it, though. Like, we could have that conversation and be like, oh, yeah, no, it shouldn't be that way. But I feel like if it was based on fan voting, it would probably be, I don't know, I think it'd still be a hard tie between Silksong and Expedition 33. I think it'd still be a hard-fought battle between the two. I hope Jeff doesn't bend over to AAA again. Electing Expedition 33 or Hades would be the biggest fuck you to the industry. Well, he's kind of on the small team side right now. Remember when he was at Summer Games Fest? He caught a lot of heat from AAA and also games journalists. They were really mad at how irresponsible he was for saying that Expedition 33, that all these games that are being made by small teams are dominating the industry right now. They didn't really like it when they brought that up. I think it's gonna be a hard pick between Expedition 33 and Silksong. I think those are the two games that are gonna be your front runners. I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 will still get a nomination. Split Fiction 100% will get a nomination. Split Fiction will win. If I had to pick my upset, Split Fiction will win. And the reason why I say that is it's the game that probably has the highest chance of the vast majority of the people that are going to be writing for or voting in. The vast majority of them would probably have played. I think that more people will have played it, and also more people would have more fun playing it. And a lot of this stuff is going to be based off of fun than it is going to be like emotion or good writing or any of that kind of stuff. I think that there's because what they end up doing is, I don't know if you guys know this or not. So for the voting stuff, they usually send them they'll send them a copy of these games before the voting process begins. So they have like a month or a couple months or whatever it is, because the cutoff date is pretty soon. I think it's October is the end of the cutoff date. Basically anything that's like November and forward isn't going to count on, it'll be next year's Game of the Year awards, right? So, that being the case, if you were to send out all these games, I'm going to tell you right now, as much as I love most of the games on this list, for the people that get to sit down and actually play like Split Fiction between two people, that's probably going to be the one that's going to stick with them the most because of how fun it is. It's not a bad game. It's a really good game. Like I love Split Fiction. I thought it was fucking fantastic. Thoughts on the game Dispatch by the Telltale Devs? I haven't played that. I saw trailers for it, I think, before, but I haven't played it, no. I don't know anything about it. If Mario Kart wins, I'll lose my shit. No, there's no way that Mario Kart wins. I don't see that being realistic. Yeah, it's like a superhero management game. Yeah, Dispatch. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about this. I'm just gonna talk about this for a second. Okay, so Mega Bonk is being played by like every single top streamer right now. Okay, what I find absolutely fascinating about Mega Bonk is that the guy that made the game is straight up farming social media in a way that you've never seen another game do. In most cases, when it comes to these games, indie games, AAA games, whatever, they put out a trailer, they put out a couple of other things. No. This guy is farming social media. He already started. Look at this. I want to show you guys this. He's been posting shorts. This short right here has 942,000 views. He posted this short here.
Oh my god. I literally just released Megabonk yesterday. First, this guy played Birdo, grabbed Flamewalker, got lots of jumps, and just rained down hell on the entire map. But it gets worse. This guy played Monkey and made his banana bigger and bigger until it turned into a banana swirl of death. What the f? But it gets way worse. This guy Dex used the Dice Head character and completely broke everything. He used Curse to spawn more enemies and Luck to get crazy upgrades. Then he leveled into an unstoppable monster who just one-shot the boss. What? Then he just started spawn killing everything around him until he had 500,000 kills. Guys, stop breaking my game.
I'm losing brain cells? This is viral marketing. This is in... Oh my god, that's me. I'm losing brain cells? Oh, no,
I absolutely blew...
Twice. This is viral marketing. This is intentional marketing, and it's been intentional since before he released the game. So, he made a devlog once, 7 months ago.
Okay, time to relax with a new game before bed. Vampire Survivors? I guess we can try it out. It seems like a relaxing and chill game to enjoy.
I am a god! Nobody can stop.
Wait, it's already 4 a.m.? Well, I guess it's time to,
So, he's been making these, like, high quality, well edited videos for his game. And obviously, it could go nowhere. He made this, but I think he realized very quickly that shorts is where he could farm. Right? And because he immediately, I think is this oldest to newest? Yeah, this is oldest to newest. So he posted this how many months ago? I can't see the date on it. Yeah, he posted this at the exact same time. This got far more engagement, so he started farming shorts, right? And by the way, this is a really good short. Like for short content, I've started to kind of get the eye for short form content to understand like what good and bad is. This is very, very like digestible for people that are watching shorts. It's interesting enough to hold your attention for 15 to 20 seconds, which is all you need. And then now all of a sudden you're in their fucking algorithm, you're watching their shit and you're checking it out. He did this and he realized
Here's
that
how
like
I added Squid Game Player 120 to my game. First I opened Blender and then I used a reference image to create a 3D model.
And then he just keeps farming. And he just kept farming.
Can you spot the bug?
So he was already farming. He was already farming views for his game before his game even came out, which drove a little bit of interest out in the market without spending a dime. Outside of probably, I would guarantee that he got a video editor because these are actually really well edited. And he just kept farming it. Kept farming it.
First enemy.
Kept
Here's how
going.
this cube became.
Kept going. And now all of a sudden, if you go and you look, you look at his short form videos, 2.7 million views, 900,000 views, 300, 200, 200, 200, 150 here, almost 500 here, 2.3 million here. Like, homie's been farming in the algorithm, making sure that he's getting as many people out there as possible. I cannot express how much I dislike shorts. That doesn't matter because you're not the target audience. But that doesn't mean he won't reach you because he'll reach you through the streamers. So this is how you get their viewers. So he got their viewers on board by using shorts and farming shorts, right? And then the viewers gave it over to the streamer. And how do I know that's the case? Because it happened in this chat. Because somebody else that saw the game on YouTube that went and downloaded it, then went and came into my chat and said, "Hey, LD, have you seen this game called Megabonk?" Now, some people are going to look at this and they're going to be like, "Oh, I hate it. I hate this. I hate this." I fucking love it. I love it. This is the self-starter shit that I wish some of these companies would actually do. And it also goes to prove, because at this point he's probably already sold over 1 million copies of his game. Given the fact that he has like 50,000 concurrent players on Steam right now, yeah, I guarantee he's probably already sold over 1 million copies for his game. He sold them at $8 a copy. That's $8 million that he made. 30% he takes. Steam takes their 30%. Guy's walking away with anywhere between $4 and $5 million on a game that he's been working on for, he said, like a year, a couple years or something like that. Not a bad year of work, I would say, right? And not only did this guy teach himself the chops of being able to just make a game, a relatively simplistic game, a very good game. It's a lot of fun. I actually really like Mega Bonk. But on top of that, he is showing how easy it is to be able to reach audiences as long as you have things that are as long as you have something that interests them, and also you can show it in a way that's more interesting for today's audiences, younger audiences, right? Like this totally targets the shit out of Zoomers. This is Gen Z, Gen A. Like these thumbnails, the way that this looks, this is all mimicking it's all mimicking Fortnite. It's mimicking, what else? Roblox. He made his own commercials. Essentially, he made his own commercials. Yeah. And I love seeing this shit. I love seeing it because it goes to show and it goes to prove that all these companies that are out there, these AAA companies that are out there that are spending $300 million on a marketing budget that we then end up having to pay for because they charge us $70 to $80 for their video games, plus all the other added extra bullshit on top of it. It goes to show that if you just know what you're doing and also provide something that people are looking for, and you know how to try to get it out there for people to see and use social media the right way, you can make a lot of money. You can make your money back, no problem. I am of the mind that video games no longer need commercials. They just broadly do not need them anymore. You don't need to put your game up on, like, I saw Borderlands 4 took over Times Square or something like that. They had, big Borderlands 4 banners and stuff like that in Times Square up on the big screen and stuff like that. That stuff is insanely expensive. I mean, we're talking anywhere from like tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands a day or an hour or a few hours or whatever it is, right? You have these guys that are going out there and they're slapping, vinyls on trains and buses and all this other. Nobody gives a shit about that. Nobody cares about it. I mean, it's good for visibility in the name of like being able to like keep your brand in the minds of people, which is usually what that stuff is there for. Like nobody goes and sees a bus that has a Doom vinyl all the way across it and goes, I need to go buy Doom. Nobody does that. It's just to keep it in your mind that the game is coming out or that the game is out, right? But yeah, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. It brings a tear to my eye. I absolutely love it. If I get the opportunity to, I'd love to pick this guy's brain. He's probably really easy to get a hold of, to be honest with you. I think he's on Twitter too, aren't you? And here's the other thing he's doing. He's going on social media and he's farming the clips of streamers and other people that are playing his game, right? So Charlie, as an example, Moist Critical's been playing it. Here's Shroud.
This is a cool game, guys. I like it. I'm going again.
No! Fuck! It was the wrong! Projectile bounce. I gotta take the projectile bounce. That is what it is.
I gotta know the sauce behind this. I gotta know the sauce. I gotta know there has to have been a strategy. There is nothing accidental about any of this. There's nothing accidental about any of this. I'm guaranteeing you guys, whatever this dude did was a 100% intentional. This dude is smart, I swear. Nothing here looks like it was accidental. In some cases, you'll see it and you'll be like, oh, they just kind of lucked into success here. No. This is all strategy. So it's like Risk of Rain. Somebody had said that to me when I went and played the game. And I was like, Risk of Rain. And no shit, yeah, it is. It's like Risk of Rain meets Vampire Survivors. It's more on the side of Vampire Survivors than Risk of Rain, but the Risk of Rain stuff is because they actually have things in the game like being able to like duplicate your items, be able to buy items from a vendor and vendors that you'll actually find on the map. Risk of Rain camera, obviously you're able to be at 3D vision and there's like actual platforming and you can jump around and stuff like that. You can buy items from chests and things of that nature, right? You can it's much easier to curate a build in this game, I think, than it is in something like Vampire Survivors. But yeah. Though when it comes to roguelikes, I don't think anything is ever going to come close to, nothing's ever going to come close to Risk of Rain 2 for me. That is still, to this day, one game that I know for an absolute fact I can fire up at any time and just turn my brain off and then just lose myself. True, but you need to look at Deep Rock Survivor. I have it. I already played it before. What the fuck? So Risk of Rain 2 is GTA in that genre? No. No. No, it's not. GTA. What does GTA have to do with Risk of Rain? Risk of Rain is a roguelike. My gut, what? I don't know. I mean, honestly, people probably hear... I don't know. Maybe they hear some of the titles of these games and they're like, I have no idea what the fuck that is. Is it anything like GTA? I actually, weirdly enough, and I know this is the case, which is actually kind of cool. I think it's cool. Like, I don't think people understand how committed the GTA audience is to, like, anything Grand Theft Auto. Do you guys have any idea how many people have subscribed to this channel because of any single time that I ever covered GTA? There are people that are literally in this community that will insta-click without question if a video has a GTA thumbnail. Like, they're like, oh, yep. Yeah, I'm watching that. I still need to finish GTA 5. I feel so bad that I haven't finished it yet. I always enjoy it because I think it's a fun game, man. It's a really fun game, but yeah. So that's the magic word. It is the magic word. Look at GTA content creators. Those guys farm views every single day, and all they ever do is just talk about the same game. They just talk about the same game all the time, and it's never gonna go away. People are always gonna like GTA. Have you played Sleeping Dogs? That I missed out on that one. Okay. People forget Capcom is good at optimizing games sometimes. Resident Evil Requiem runs at 60 FPS stable on the Nintendo Switch 2. Appears to be more optimized than Resident Evil Village. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe that. Whoa. that caught me off guard. You guys don't need to see that. Oh, we're not even on my likes. This is just the front page. I don't need this. I don't need this app I don't need this app. Well, if you guys want to know who posted it, you can go look at it. It's from Tectone. I don't need this app exposing my interests, okay? I don't need this app exposing my interests. Kind of snuck up on you. They do that to you sometimes. They do that to you sometimes. Catch you off guard. Like a bird on a perch. Let's see here. Is there anything else that I wanted to cover in here? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that Hades 2 is reviewed so well. Not even in the slightest. Not even in the slightest. The funny thing is, I've had a lot of people that have been like, okay, I have to do this. Okay, I have to do this. Guys. A lot of tens. A lot of tens. The one complaint that I've seen in my comments whenever I'm talking positively about Hades 2 is woke DEI hit with the DEI ugly stick. It is the most forced criticism I've ever seen for a game like this. Like it is one of the very few cases where I'll be like, you're just hating this to hate this for some reason that I don't understand why. I don't, because it's not like people are being overly sensitive to that subject. Yeah, come on, like it's really weird. There's a couple like you could go say that about like Ghost of Yotei. Sure, okay, whatever, I'll give it to you. Right? You could go say that about Intergalactic Heretic Prophet. This game. This is just a little weird, I'll be honest with you. Because like muscle mommies, you got a problem with Nemesis? I don't think a lot of guys would have a lot of problems with Nemesis, I'll be honest with you. The main character? Yeah, I'm going to be pretty, I don't think a lot of people are going to have a problem with that. No. Yeah. Also, what's the other one? The Aphrodite? Nope, I don't think a lot of people are gonna have a problem with that. The only thing is that like Hades 1 had a little wokeness. Oh, of course there's a little bit of that in there. And guess what? I don't care. I don't care if a game is woke. What is it? Why do I give a fuck? Is it good? Is it fun? Is it attractive? Is it interesting? Like, is it good to look at? Is the story interesting? Like, of course there are going to be some elements in a game that are going to be like, I don't really give a fuck. I don't care. I'll judge a game based on its merits when something like their ideals, when something like their ideology takes the front seat and drives the car off the cliff. Right? Look at a game like Dragon Age: The Veilguard. That shit took the front seat. It was their top priority. They drove the game off a cliff. It just wasn't even a good game. And I think that what ends up happening is that when you get too many people that are just too lost in the sauce when it comes to whatever their ideals or beliefs are, all of a sudden everything else that the game needs to do falls by the wayside as long as it pushes whatever message they want to push. That's where the problems start. It's not... I have no fucking problem with the message itself. That's fine if you have your beliefs of how you want to see the world or what you want in a game, or if you want more women in games or whatever why do I give a fuck? Is it fun? Did you still remember to make sure that it's a fun game? Did you still make sure to remember to make it an engaging story or an interesting narrative, or make sure that the art style is really unique and distinct and interesting and it makes me want to just I can't take my eyes off of the game? Did you make sure that the animations are solid and things like that? Like, that's the shit that I want. That's what I want. That's all I care about. So I don't really give a fuck what your beliefs are, and you can say whatever you want in your video games, but as long as your game is good and you know better than to just try to bludgeon your audience with whatever your beliefs are, you're probably going to make something pretty fucking solid. So like I think there's like a wheelchair character in the game that's like one of the Greek gods that gives you a gift. You don't see them do anything. They just offer you a gift from the gods. Like, do I give a fuck about that? No. Am I going to sit on Twitter and cry about how this game has DEI because there's a god in a wheelchair? No. I don't care. I don't really give a shit. A Greek god in a wheelchair is kind of lame, but whatever. Okay, I'm not going to say it's not lame, but I don't really give a fuck. Like, that's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, do you really give a fuck? Like, that much? Are you going to see some dude roll up in a wheelchair and be like, fuck, God damn, just start throwing everything around, quit the game, return your money. I can't believe it. No. You're going to be like, fun game. You're just going to go back to beating shit up. Like, that's the shit that I'm talking about. Like, as long as the game itself is good, then you're never going to be distracted so much that you're not going to, like, just completely lose interest in a game if you see something that doesn't necessarily fully align with whatever your personal beliefs are, right? Not every game is ever going to align with every personal belief of everybody, because I guarantee, even for the people that are in here, if games are made the way that I want them to be made, there's probably a shitload of you guys that wouldn't even like those games either. So that's kind of what it kind of comes down to, at least from my perspective. I don't know. That's why I always say that, like, when it comes to some of these games, you have to kind of wait and see what the game looks like when the game is actually finished. You have to go on the track record of the company as well. Like, do these guys release really high quality games? They do. Well, then there's a really good chance that they're still going to release another high quality game. Is there going to be some stuff in that game that maybe doesn't fully align with what you want? Probably. But that's a trade-off. If that trade-off is worth it to you, then play it. If it's not, then don't. And I'm not saying that people don't have a right to bitch about the shit if they don't want it in their video games, right? You're able to do that. Make your voice heard. You're still the customer. They're still supposed to know how you feel about what they're doing to their games. Not in reference to Hades, but I don't know anything about it. But if a game is good, I'm not going to give... But even if a game is good, I'm not going to give money to a company that hates me. How do you know they hate you, though? I mean, unless they outwardly say they hate you. Thank you for the 5. You get what I'm saying? Does Supergiant hate me? I don't think so. They probably don't even know who the fuck I am. Nintendo, now they hate everybody. They hate everybody. Developers are pretty outspoken. I guess it kind of depends on the other. Can't speak for others, but I'm a pro Israel Jew, so like 99% of companies hate me. Motherfucker, you can't buy anything. You can't buy anything, man. You're fucking cashed out, dog. You better start a farm, move out into the middle of the fucking country, go live on a little nature reserve or something like that. Cup and String is the only game that you're going to be playing. I think Bungie is proof. They seem to hate their fans. It's also Nintendo and the way they treat their fans. Yeah. We all hate you, LD. That's why we watch you. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that for me. I still can't. I still do not understand. What is the conversation that happens with these video? I want to know, what is the conversation that happens with these video game publishers, these developing studios, and then the people that are like the actual platform holders? Do they walk in there and they're like, "Hey guys, we're gonna put Borderlands 4 on your console"? Oh, are you? Yes, we are. Is it gonna work? Yeah. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, I guess. Like, how do you go and take pre-orders for something that was only weeks away. Like, when was Borderlands 4 supposed... When was Borderlands 4 supposed to come out on Switch 2? It was supposed to come out on September 23rd. How do you take that much of people's money through pre-orders and pre-sales and get up to the week that the game is supposed to launch and be like, we're going to have to suspend development on this indefinitely. We're going to have to suspend the release indefinitely. Sorry, we're not going to be able to make that release date. We thought we were going to make, which proves everything that I said about them. It proves everything that I've said about them. That these guys are waiting to the very last minute to do optimization to their game. It is the last step they take. They are rushing it out the door. Otherwise, none of these problems would have been seen on console to begin with. All the degradation of performance over 30 minutes of gameplay. You play it for anything longer than an hour, you might as well be watching a claymation or something like that, because all of a sudden you're just watching a static image. You just have to imagine what the game will look like, I guess. I don't really know. Maybe that's how powerful the GPU in your brain is nowadays. Maybe that's what their AI-driven frame generation is. See, I got frame gen. It's just... It's right here. I'm generating all these frames right now. But, like, how do you get days before your game is supposed to launch on Switch 2 and go, we're going to have to suspend the release indefinitely. I wonder what Nintendo defenders... I'm not going to watch this because I don't want to goober up on some of these people. No, I'm not going to pick on this guy. I don't want to pick on anybody. But I wonder what Nintendo defenders, like, what is their excuse? I want to know what these guys think. They're like, oh, well, it's just because these developers just don't understand the next level, next gen, ultra next gen, triple next gen, basically Back to the Future next gen hardware that Nintendo is using with the Nintendo Switch 2. Nobody can make games for it yet because they just can't figure out this space age technology. None of them have been able to figure out how the flux capacitor works. So it's going to take a while before they understand Nintendo's greatness. If I bought a Switch 2, which I actually do have a Switch 2. I did actually get a Switch 2. I got it so I could review games. I don't really care, right? Because, like, I play games on PC, so it's literally there just for Nintendo exclusive games, right? That's it. That's all it's there for. Which is why I don't play it. But if you bought the Nintendo Switch 2 as an upgrade to your Switch, and you're just a Nintendo person, I would feel ripped off if only months after I got my new console, I come to find out that none of the current gen multi-platform games are likely ever to be released on it. Like, nobody's going to be making games for this thing. Nobody's going to make games for it. It is literally just going to be Nintendo ecosystem games, and then that's it. Because these, it's just not going to be able to run a lot of what what a lot of these publishers are putting out. It's just not going to work. Nintendo crazies need to learn. No, they'll just, I don't know, they'll gaslight themselves probably. Like I said, they're going to be like, oh, they just don't understand, how awesome this cart technology is, the digital cart, the physical cart, flux capacitor. They're just not going to be into it. They're not going to know. They can't even make games for cutting edge hardware. Honestly, it's probably a weakness of Nintendo that they don't make multi-platform games, so they don't necessarily understand what they would really need for. I'm sure their people know. They're not stupid. Their R&D people know But still, like if they made multi-platform games, then they would probably be a little bit more in the better position to make something that actually had the hardware worthwhile to be competitive with some of these other things. I mean, the Steam Deck fucking plays all this shit no problem. I mean, it's rough for some of these games. Oh, speaking of that, this is so somebody at Larian. Someone at Larian forgot to mention that there is a new native Steam Deck build. So they built an entirely native Steam Deck version of Baldur's Gate 3. After all the money that they've made, after everything these guys have done, they go and they make a native to Steam Deck build for Baldur's Gate 3. Did they need to? No. People were playing it on Steam Deck regardless. People don't really care. They'll play it anyway. What is it? Like, people were already playing it. But they said, you know what? And come to find out, the story of how this came to be is literally one of true passion. The Steam Deck native build was initiated by a single engineer who really wanted a smoother version of the game on Steam Deck. And so he started working on it after hours. When we tried it out, we were all surprised by how good it felt. So it didn't take much to convince us to put our shoulders behind it and get it released. It's a type of pure passion for their craft that makes me fall in love with my developers over and over again. Considering myself very lucky to have people like him on my team, try it out. Gamers making games, this goes beyond that. What I don't think people really understand about a company like Larian, and one of the reasons why nobody's ever really going to be able to like touch them outside of the other indie and AA studios and independent studios that are out there, is because his leadership and management is what made the company what it is. You don't get employees. How many people here go out of their way to work after hours unpaid, likely unpaid, on something that's like a passion project for a company product? Nobody does that shit. I mean, when you're trying to, lick the boot and you're trying to get a step up at the company, or you're trying to get more hours or whatever else. No, nobody does that. But why do you not do it? Why don't you do it? Why don't you put in the extra mile? I have a lot of people saying no, they wouldn't do that. So tell me, why don't you ever put in the extra mile? You do that when you actually enjoy the work. And it's not just the work, it's where they work. It's who they work for and who they work with. And you don't have any of that until you have somebody like Sven Vinka. Like, you have to have somebody like this guy that's there, that's leading this company, that's building that culture, that's making it a place where people not only love the people that they are working with, they're loving the games that they're working on, they love the company they're working at, they love the guy that runs the company, they love everything about it. It just makes them so fired up and so excited that they have so much fun doing all the things that they do, that they want to put that extra passion in. They want to go that extra mile. They obsess over it. They can't stop thinking about it because it's no different than, it's true love, man. It's true love. That's what it is. And you can't have an environment like that without the right kind of leadership. And this guy has been building this company like this since Divinity. Since Divinity. It has never been about profitability. Like, while that's obviously a conversation because you want to make sure that you're making money as a company to stay in business, it has never been the main thing, the main concern that these guys had. A lot of people forget this. Larian went bankrupt. If I'm not mistaken, they almost went bankrupt twice. They almost went bankrupt twice. They almost had to close their doors a couple of times. One was because they were actually Larian Studios used to be a gun for hire, essentially. People would send them a video game that they wanted them to make, and then they'd go make that licensed video game for them, and then that's basically how they made their money. After Divinity 1 and making Divinity Original Sin, they had ran out of money almost entirely and were about to file for bankruptcy. If it wasn't for the fact that Divinity Original Sin 2 ended up being worth everything it possibly could be and more. And then the success of Divinity Original Sin 2 gave them the legway, or gave them the leeway, and gave them the freedom to be able to chase their dream RPG at the time, which was Baldur's Gate 3. And then they put all their weight into it. Early access, all that stuff, the crowdfunding, developed the game for 7 years or however long it took. And then for us to find out that Baldur's Gate 3 is what they consider a stepping stone towards the real RPG they want to make. And they don't even think that the next one is that game either. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? What? What is that? What are you making? This motherfucker's about to make Ready Player One or something? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Man's got a vision and a goal of a game. Yeah. Let him cook. Well, Lord knows they have enough money to do so now. I actually wouldn't be surprised. We probably will see something from Larian. We might see something from Larian next year. I think there's a really good possibility of that. At least something for something at least teasing to go towards early access. That's insane to think about. It's already been 2 years. It's already been 2 years. Next year will be 3. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 4? No, they don't have the IP anymore. It went back to Wizards of the Coast. They have somebody else working on Baldur's Gate 4. God rest their soul. Those guys are going to get fucking buried. Divinity Original Sin 3? I think it's going to be in the Divinity universe. But one of the really cool things about Divinity is that their Divinity IP spans like all kinds of different like fantasy. Like there's even sci-fi elements. If I'm not mistaken, is it Dragon Commander? One of them had spaceships and shit. One was like 10,000 years in the future from the shit that happened in Divinity Original Sin 2. I think it was like Dragon Commander or something like that. So like these guys could go sci-fi. It's like Warhammer. Yeah, essentially it's like Warhammer. Yeah. Yeah, their universe for Divinity is like wild. Like they will go like way into the future or way into the past, all kinds of different stuff. Dragons with jetpacks? Yeah. Yeah, if I remember, let's look. So this is their Dragon Commander trailer from 12 years ago. See what I'm saying?
To the Dragon Commander Academy. Sit down and listen up, for you've a long way to go yet before you'll be worthy of your title. Now,
it's actually kind of fucking crazy. Like, this game is old as dirt, by the way. It's actually kind of wild that these guys were this far ahead all the way back then. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? They got like flying fucking ships and shit. So this is Dragon Commander. This is old.
By princesses, politicians.
Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Larian, put him away.
Politicians and other assorted parasites. Listen to their advice, but don't let them manipulate you. You are the commander, not them. Don't forget your studies of the art of war. And don't neglect the benefits of new technologies. Play your cards right and outsmart your enemies by moving your armies about with great military cunning. When in battle yourself,
I don't even know if this is. I don't even know if this actually was even a good game or not. I don't know how well this game did.
coordination between
The visuals hold up, to be honest. Kind of, actually, they do. Yeah.
and sea forces is
I mean, this looks like this could probably run on the Nintendo Switch too.
imperative. You have at your disposal formidable forces, but screw up and we'll all end up as demons chewing toys. So think and strategize to win the day.
So, if I'm not mistaken, I think Dragon Commander takes place like 10,000 years ahead or something like that, ahead of the events of Divinity Original Sin or something like that. So, like, if this is where this goes, I mean, these guys could go even further than that, and all of a sudden it goes into, like, sci-fi and shit. Like, they could go all over the place.
Since you're a dragon after all, do use your arsenal of unique powers from time to time. Nothing like a barrage of searing fire.
Yeah, so then they also had this cool thing where not only was it like RTS, but then you could actually go in and like use your, like, literally dragons with jetpacks. Literally use your dragon with a jetpack.
Searing fireballs to seal the deal. And in case you need practice, and you will, you can always take on other dragon knights to hone your skills. You probably won't last much longer than the others, but perhaps you'll surprise us and leave.
So, like, who knows what the, like, the point is, it's creative as fuck. It's not really like anything exactly. Yeah, isn't that really like what a bunch of just interest. This gem was way ahead of its time and widely underrated. Perfect candidate for a remake. I don't know if they would go back and do something this daring. Maybe they would. I mean, they made CRPGs cool. They made CRPGs hip. I guess if anybody could bring back RTS, it'd probably be Larian, right? Yeah. The untapped potential of Divinity Dragon Commander. There's a really good video actually by Mortismal where he goes and he ranks all the Divinity games. But yeah. What do you want? Hi. 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 Welcome to the stream. You not rub your face on the microphone? You get your hair on the microphone, and then it's like really difficult for me to get your hair off of the microphone. There you go. Big scritches. Big scritches. Oh. Oh, what are you gonna do about that? What, do you think it's your time now? Yeah. Cat allows you to have your time? Yeah, I know. Cat needs a treat, man. Probably that's what he's over here begging for. Either that or attention. I mean, he's got a little bit of both. You know what? I saw some people that were actually talking shit about this because they're like, need them to keep going. What other franchises do they own? And they got Yu-Gi-Oh! And Castlevania, but what else? Konami needs to stay in pachinko hell at this point. Dude, there's been a couple of people that have been like... There's been a couple of people... Oh, yeah, the Wolverine game. We'll watch the trailer for that after this. There's been some people that are like, basically, okay, these guys are just making remakes. I said this a long time ago. The best way for a studio to get back in touch with their roots is to go remake the games that made them who they were. So if going back and remaking Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid are what they need to be able to retouch those roots and, you know, remind themselves who they used to be, that's great, because it looks like it's actually worked, because Silent Hill F turned out to be absolutely insane. Right? Outsourcing game master guy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If they're outsourcing it, let them outsource it. If they can find people to outsource the IP to that they think are going to be worthwhile to do so with, and it looks like they did find the people that they needed to do it, am I going to blame them? Optimization is ass, though. That needs to get fixed. Was optimization bad on Silent Hill 2? I don't remember. There's absolutely nothing wrong with these guys going back and remaking the things that made them who they are. And the funny thing is that today there's some reminders that need to be set out there to let people know what it was like to play some of these games back in the day. Show them what good games used to be like. I wouldn't doubt it. We'll probably see them outsource. Castlevania. If I were them, you know who I'd outsource Castlevania to? The Last Prince game? No, I would outsource it. I'd outsource it to the people that make I know some people are like Silksong guys. It's only 3 people. Well, I mean, I don't know. I would probably just give it over to the people that do Dead Cells. I'd give it over to the guys that did Dead Cells. What about Bloodstained, guys? That's also a really good choice, too. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night was fucking fantastic. To whoever can optimize it? Well, I mean, it's a 2D platformer. There's not really a lot of optimization that needs to go on there, right? This is probably the biggest W that I have seen from AAA in a long time. This is a beyond fucking absolute, like, light years. Oh my God, you guys actually understand the sauce. You understand what's going on. Absolutely fucking goated move. So essentially, Rockstar is actually giving full support to the NeoPixel team as they help to create the future of GTA RP. So these guys are actually, so now Rockstar is fully teaming up with NoPixel, the guys that make GTA RP, and likely they're probably going to be working with them to bring it over to Grand Theft Auto 6, and they're probably going to try to make some type of like native RP for Grand Theft Auto, which is smart for them because they get to monetize it, but it's also great for the players because, well, now they actually get they get some heat behind it, right? Whether that works out in the end, I don't know. You have to kind of wait and see, but I think this is great to see. This shows that you truly understand your audience and you're not doing the worst thing, which is trying to make your own thing and then attacking the people that are modding your game. So instead of going after the people that are modding and playing GTA RP, they're like, well, why don't we just go get the modders and bring them over here? Huge fucking W. Huge W. They should have done that years ago. They probably didn't know what the sustainability of it looks like. And the problem is that keep in mind that GTA RP initially was pretty much entirely held up by streamer culture, right? It was almost entirely held up by streamer culture. But by now, it's been quite a few years, and it's still going strong. People are still playing GTA RP today. And all this does is just continue to push the brand forward. And it's also very likely that they're going to... what it is, they want to bring it to console. Because they realize how popular it is on PC, and they want to bring it to console. That's why it says right here, coming soon to Rockstar Games Launcher and other PC platforms. So they're actually going to have their own... They're actually going to have their own GTA RP launcher, and also on PC platforms as well. Xbox gamers definitely going to want it. I just think gamers in general are going to want it. The only reason I never got into GTA RP, which I totally would give it a shot because I think it'd be really fun and funny, right? Like, I like voice acting and being goofy and shit. I like that kind of like spontaneous content, especially just like chilling, like playing games with the boys like I am right now, right? Like, I would absolutely love to fucking do that. I'd love to give it a shot. But I'm kind of waiting for the new game. Gotta wait for the new game. Wait, what is GTA RP? It's GTA Roleplay. So you have people that roleplay as criminals. You got people that roleplay as the cops. You got people that roleplay all kinds of different roles, right? And they just run around doing Grand Theft Auto shit, but you have to like stay in character. You got to get arrested, all that shit. Yeah. Mr. Sage, thank you for the $10. Hey, bro, hope you're having a smooth path to recovery after your gym injury. Take this. Hope it helps your troubles. Thank you for the $10, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. I'm doing all right now. I still like the pain med. It's kind of doing its thing. Luckily. I just hope I don't sound like loopy or anything today. Because I wouldn't be cognizant of it. I was like watching Red Dead Online RP, and I've always heard a lot of people say that like watching the content is a lot of fun. So, I mean, I've watched a little bit of it, but I've only ever watched like clips. This is just in general just a massive win. It's just a huge W. Yeah, this is insane. GTA 6 should have roleplay on consoles. It's probably what the aim is going to be. Obviously, you're seeing a bunch of people who are like GTA RP people, like people that are like GTA RP personalities. Like, I've watched S-Fan on GTA RP countless times, right? Like late night content and stuff like that. I'll see like a VOD or something, and I'll watch it. But yeah, you got a bunch of people that are celebrating it, mostly streamers. But that keeps your game in the run. Because to be honest with you, man, if it wasn't for GTA RP, I mean, what are you really streaming GTA doing? Like, this is like that thing that. The funny thing is, everybody's been fighting for a metaverse, right? For that lifestyle game. There's nothing more lifestyle or metaverse than RP. There's nothing more metaverse than role-playing. So GTA, if they understand, you know, if Rockstar understands what's going on, they've effectively already tapped into what like every single tech giant and tech nerd has been trying to get for the last, 5-10 years. RP is a massive LARP with a real-time version of RP. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what people want, right? Mind's Eye in tatters. Oh my god. What happened to that game? Were they going to do anything about it at all? I don't even know if they're even going to be like... There's no way that game comes back. I hear he's like still trying to convince investors to keep moving things forward, but I doubt that's going to actually be what it is. What is this? Oh, I've seen the discourse about... Oh, this is a guy talking about Grand Theft Auto. Those were addressed. Oh no, this is actually I think the guy from Grand Theft Auto. We've seen the builds in the discourse. I really do appreciate that Borderlands 4. They're not going to be nerfing anything. They're legit just gonna go in and buff shit first, and then nerf and fix the things that are busted. So then that way, like your entire build isn't just screwed. Because the thing is that like, I am 100% playing bleed build. Crit knife siren right now, okay? It is the fastest farm for me to get bosses and whatnot, but all I've been doing is trying to farm for a second build that I don't think will actually get nerfed because it's not bugged. So it's like if they nerf me now, I will be fucked because I'll have to figure something out, something that'll have to work, and I probably won't have most of the stuff for it yet. At least for it to be serviceable. Deluxe 60, basic 40. Oh, for Arc Raiders? Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. It depends on what the monetization and stuff is going to look like for the game. I mean, it's still going to be a live service game. I don't know how I necessarily feel about live service games being, you know, premium priced, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I played its technical test, its alpha, closed beta. Game's fire, dude. I'm going to play the shit out of this game once it comes out. I'm going to be all over this game. Skipping to play Battlefield 6 instead, sorry. I'm going to play both. I'll play both of them. I have no problem with that. I like something like this that has like a consistent progression that I can kind of come back to. I have a few friends that are definitely going to be really interested in playing the extraction shooter and all that stuff. But yeah, no, I'm very, very excited for this game. I cannot wait to play it. It's gonna be a good time. I had a lot of fun playing it. How is $40 for a basic AAA price? How is $40 for basic AAA price? What? The monetization is similar to Helldivers 2. You're still able to earn everything in the game, but you do have the opportunity to spend money if you want to. Bro, I read this review. Right here. So in IGN's review, they said that I wish I had as much fun fighting these magnificent monsters as I did marveling at their exceptionally ghastly forms, because actually taking them on is usually isn't fun or isn't particularly frightening. It's just annoying, and it doesn't seem to be the type of survival horror where you're supposed to feel outmatched or avoid combat when possible. Like, not every it doesn't have to be, it's not that everything needs to feel like it's next to impossible to fucking kill for you to want to avoid it. You're not supposed to be fighting everything in a survival horror game. And in most cases, if you are supposed to fight everything, that's not until the very end of the game where you get the payoff of, like, it's not survival horror anymore. Now it's survive me, motherfucker. Like, that's Resident Evil 2. Beginning of Resident Evil 2, I'm not shooting anything. I'm staying as far away from everything as I possibly can. I'm running past everything. End of Resident Evil 2? Yeah, these zombies better run. These zombies better run. Same with Resident Evil 3 originally. Yeah, Resident Evil 3 is the same way. Resident Evil 7 is the same way. Yeah, that's how survival horror games normally are. It's like very scary at the beginning, and then after you know what you're doing, you know where everything is, you're at the end of the game, and it is just like, it's time for me to overcome this nightmare, and then you get the payoff of basically being Ash from Evil Dead, right? That's the whole point of playing these games. So when I see somebody say something along the lines of, there isn't a single shotgun or pistol to be found in Silent Hill F to battle those beasts with. You're in Japan, not America. Do not. For all these people that want to cry about culturalism in video games and how we need to have games more cultural, it's fucking Japan. No, you're not going to be wandering around and finding shotguns and pistols all over the place. Instead, Hinako is capable of carrying 3 breakable melee weapons like crowbars, baseball bats, and things she finds in her surrounding. Yes. Yeah, that's likely going to be the most things that you're going to find that are going to be the most weapon-like outside of knives and swords and things like that as well. which makes sense in context, since you would assume that firearms would be harder to stumble upon in a mountainside village in Japan. Well, it's not just mountainside village in Japan, it's just Japan in general. Oh, okay, so they do actually make mention to it of it right here, saying that usually where they would usually be in the series' usual home in the United States. Yeah. It's annoying, and it just doesn't feel like the type of survival horror game where you're supposed to feel outmatched. There isn't a secret. Yeah. I find it funny to hear somebody talk about how, like, they just avoid combat because it feels like you're not supposed to fight everything. Yeah, no shit, dude. You're not supposed to fight everything. But its combat feels more like a chore. Too much like a chore to be fun. Yeah, because you're not supposed to fight everything. You can tell this review want to play Resident Evil game but got F. No shit. That's actually a really good. That's probably pretty fucking smart, to be honest with you. Game reviewed really well though. People seem really high on it. I heard these guys did an absolute insane job at making sure the Dying Light the Beast is optimized. I'm really interested to play it. I'm gonna play it soon. I'm taking a little bit of breather and I'm playing Hades right now because I'm just not trying to outstretch myself. You know what I mean? But I've heard that they've done a very, very good. So I looked into this.
It's a land that God has created in anger. Even the stars up here in the sky look like a mess. Taking a close look at what's around us, there is some sort of a harmony. The harmony of overwhelming and collective.
And what I found really funny about this whole presentation that they did, essentially, so they did a thing where they're talking about the decolonialization and the decoloniality. Are these actually fucking words? So essentially what they're trying to do is that they're trying to decolonize cozy games. So they're looking at problematic games, and the problematic games that they're pointing out, please move, cat, you're standing right in front of the screen. And the problematic games that they're pointing out are games like, there's another slide that I had seen, but it's not shown here. But they were talking about like Stardew Valley. They're talking about a few other games, and it's basically like they're saying that like the process and practice of rejecting Eurocentric ways of knowing and being, coined by Annabelle Kianjo. The concept acknowledges how different concepts of the cosmos influence knowledge acquisition, information storage and transfer, and ideas of self. Decolonialization, often framed as undoing of colonial influences and structures. It is also like a creative process of imagining what cultures would look like if not disrupted by the exploration of colonialism. You know the problem that I have with this is that it acts like the only reason why any society was ever interrupted was because of Europeans, but that was never the case. Like, it's the dumbest fucking thing you could possibly say. Like, so you're trying to, so you, for whatever reason, believe that it's only the white people in Europe that were the ones that traveled? Like, what the fuck? Like, how much more do you need to try to confirm whatever your own biases are, right? So then you go further into it, and they're talking about how we can decolonize cozy games. We can start the process of decolonizing and practicing decoloniality by questioning ourselves, what we trust around us. Oh, those we trust ourselves and those we trust around us. For example, what does safety mean for your audience that you're trying to reach? Safety? I'm playing a video game. Am I gonna fucking stub my toe? What mechanics, rewards, cultural touchstones, and character archetypes will be implemented that will resonate with them? Cool stuff? See, like, this shit is so unartistic. The amount of like suffocating this does to the artistic process is fucking insane. It's actually insane. And the funny thing is that folks like this will be the first ones to jump forward and say that they're trying to protect creativity. No, you're fucking not. You're trying to push a message. You have goals. You don't care about the art. You don't care about any of that stuff. You don't care about creative freedom or creative choice. You care about your choice. How many generations of people are present at any time? What? What? How many generations of people are present at any time? What? How is time measured? And how will it play mechanically and narratively? And then they give off their, like, check out games to check out Tales of the Shire. I can't imagine why. So I saw this and they said colonialism where? In cozy games? Where? They say so many. This is the best part. This is my favorite part of this entire thing, okay? This is how quickly this kind of mindset breaks down. Their top thing says so many white people. Their bottom one says straight up racism. This is what we call zero self-awareness. Absolutely zero self-awareness. To, in the same slide, include both so many white people and straight up racism when you are quite literally talking about trying to exclude one audience or exclude one group of people or blame a group of people. You yourself are also taking part in racism. Like... How do you reverse your own logic that quickly? What do you guys... And the thing is that when I see stuff like this, I want to make something clear, man. I don't care. I honestly, there's nothing wrong with wanting to have, like, whatever you want to fucking do to your video games, do to your video games. Also, try to do that to your video games rather than other people's video games, for one. For two... There's nothing wrong with wanting to have gay characters in a video game. There's nothing wrong with wanting to have a female lead. There's nothing wrong with wanting to have, people of different colors and backgrounds and societies, whatever. It doesn't, ideologies. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. The only thing that matters is how good the product is at the end of the day. Is the game actually fun? Is the game actually good? But I'm going to tell you right now, if your mindset starts off with excluding a group of people, if your version of inclusivity includes excluding somebody else, then it's not really that inclusive, is it? And that's why in most cases when people are like so deep into this kind of shit, make a game, that's the reason why these games fail. Because they don't resonate with anybody. Because nobody actually believes in this kind of shit. And I think that the games industry, I think that these game developers, instead of letting the gamers be the ones that are fighting this, these guys need to step forward and denounce this kind of shit. They need to look at something like this, and they also need to say how ridiculous all of this is. Because by not, they're acting complicit. And that's upsetting players. That's causing issues in the games industry. And I don't think a lot of people think this way. I don't think a lot of game developers think this way. And thinking this way, acting this way, and creating games based on this kind of audience is suicide for most of these companies. It is. It's not good. This is like the, you are judged by your extremes. This is the video game development extremism. This shit needs to go. It shouldn't be here. No, it should not be something that you're putting on display and you're trying to teach all of your other developers in the office. It's not a mindset that you want propagating in your offices. You do not need a group of people that are demonizing the very audiences that you need to sell your games to. You do not need a group of developers that are coming into your studio that are worried about dividing the audiences or dividing the people or believing in such divisive ideologies to begin with. Instead of thinking about how many white people are in a game, how about we think about how much we have all people in a game? The outside individual who saves the day? That's colonialism? The outside individual who saves the day? Oh, they are straight up calling out Stardew Valley. That's a straight up call out to Stardew Valley. A game in which you can make your own character. Right? Because Stardew Valley, the grandfather dies. The city is about to lose the community center and much of the city to the corporation. And then your character comes in and saves the day. And apparently that's a bad thing. So having heroes is a bad thing. Heroes are a bad thing. Keep that one in mind. Let's see how far. Let's see how much further this goes. The land is there for the taking. Well, in most of these worlds, there's no people. Like, they're just literally just pulling shit out of their ass. Like, as an example, so, like, in some of these games, you are literally exploring, like, unmanned lands. There was, like, a grand catastrophe and nobody left is living. If I'm looking at a game like Valheim, you're literally sent to another world that's not even a real world. You're sent to fucking the afterlife, essentially, right? You're in purgatory. If I'm thinking about a game like Stardew Valley, that is you're going to your grandparents' farm. Satisfactory, you were sent to the planet by a company, by an evil corporation. There's no life other than, like, obviously the animal life that's on the planet. What else am I thinking of? I mean, any of these games, it's usually like you crash land at a place, right? Like, it's never like, oh, this land's for the taking. It's like, I need to survive, right? Corn and wheat must make number go up. Is corn and wheat racist? What? What? Corn and wheat are the enemy now? Nuclear family, 2-gen family. Again, I'm gonna say that somebody must have been upset that they weren't able to romance the character that they wanted in Stardew Valley. This is another Stardew Valley call out. This is another very specifically Stardew Valley call out. Somebody made a cozy game that never found its footing and never made any money, and they are so fucking butthurt that Stardew Valley has made millions. Because in Stardew, you can get married and have a kid. And you can't have more than one wife or more than one husband. Though you can marry... I'm pretty sure you can do same-sex in Stardew, if I'm not mistaken. Monochronic structures, 4 seasons? Gregorian calendar? So... Are we at the point now where we just have to, like, we have to question just conventional reality? Like, the way that we have, like, time is racist? What? 4 seasons? What did fall have to do? What did fall do to you? What about, like, winter and fall and summer and spring are just ways that we, what? Guys, we need to completely reconfigure the way that you contextualize your reality. That's the only way forward. Spirituality is silly. So then you go and start attacking religion. Whatever happened to just minding your own fucking business? Why are you so worried about what other people are doing? Homeschooled? Home everything, more like it. home everything, more like it. Dear Lord. Straight up racism. Motherfucker, you're racist. You're the racist one. The thing is that like the only time I ever feel like it's worth pointing this stuff out is because I do think shit like this does damage to the video game industry. Because I do think that what ends up happening is that you get people like this that go around and they gas up other developers to think the way that they think and try to push the same shit that they believe, thinking that they are fucking crusaders that are here to save the world and save humankind. And it's just not that way. And instead what they do is they damage these companies and they put them at risk. They put their games at risk. They force these weird messages and ideologies into their games that, like in the case of that, with some of the things that they're talking about, I mean, you are straight up talking about fundamentally trying to change the way that people view the world. And that's just not going to happen. Not with a video game, not with a commercial product. And most people don't want that shit when they're buying something. That's the other part that I don't think that these people realize. I am buying something. I am buying this thing. That'd be me like buying like a water jug like this. And like every time I open the jug, it moans at me. And it's like, I didn't ask for that. It wasn't advertised, but for some odd reason I open it. It's like, ugh. Ugh. I don't want it anymore. It'll make me feel really awkward when I walk into places. I don't want it. Like I don't think that that's something that these folks really don't understand, or maybe they just haven't come to terms with. Is that like if you're selling a consumer product, people aren't fucking signing up to be judged. People aren't signing up to be taught a lesson. I'm here to play a video game. I'm here to have fun. And that needs to be your main focus. And the fact that these folks have just basically, they're creating demons, man. I think that's the thing that that bothers me the most, is that they're just creating demons. They're creating their own monsters to fight. They're shadow boxing issues. And all it really does is, and it makes me feel bad. It makes me feel bad for the people that do want to see a gay character in a video game. It makes me feel bad for the people that do feel like they aren't represented properly in whatever video game, that feel like they should be, or whatever it might be, or the people that are actually out there that are doing shit the right way and making good video games that just have characters based on being a character that has nothing to do with its sexuality or its skin color and all that shit. It has nothing to do with any of that stuff, right? There are plenty of characters with all kinds of different backgrounds that people have enjoyed, regardless of whatever their sexuality or anything else was, because they made it based on the character, not what they are. Who gives a fuck about what you are? I want to know about who you are, right? It's about who you are. And like, these people are so fucking fixated on the what. They don't give a shit about the who. And that's why I think these game developers need to denounce this shit. They need to push back on it. They need to say that it has no place here, that it's not, that it doesn't line up with their it doesn't line up with their vision. Because the problem is that like the more that you let this shit fester, the more damage it's going to do to more of these games. And by extension, all this does is just add fuel to the fire. Because if I go into the comment section, I guarantee smash JT. You start seeing the usual suspects, the people that talk shit about this shit all day long. And all this does is add more fuel to that fire. All you're doing is handing your fucking opposition ammunition at this point. That's all you're doing. You are giving them the lowest hanging fruit possible to show that everything they think about the games industry is actually true. And it's just like, you guys got to make sure that you're pulling back on that shit, dude. Don't let this kind of shit run wild, because it's going to make people believe that like that is what's going on with your video games, when that's probably not even the fucking case with it. Like, I do think that there's a lot of games that are out there that are well-intentioned. I really do. I think there's a lot of games that are out there that are well-intentioned, that they do want to make sure that people feel a little bit more It's not even represented. It's not that you need to feel represented. It's that people do want to feel accepted, right? And it's not society's fucking responsibility to accept every single person. It is not your responsibility to accept every single person. But when you're buying something, you do want to feel accepted by something that you're buying. And that includes everybody. That includes everybody. And I understand people that want to feel that way. I do. I fully understand it. But people like that are what are going to completely fucking destroy your ability to do that. People like that are the ones that are creating an environment in which every single time some game pops up with a black female character, people are like, "Whoa! Dion! Dion!" Every time. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Do I want to see the malware disaster on Steam? The grunt fantasy video about Helldivers? Or do I want to see the true story behind Bungie's CEO cutting and running? Which one do you guys think? I'm gonna use the bathroom. Bungie? That hurt like a son of a bitch. I got up without thinking about it. Like swung one of my feet out. And my back was like, "No, bitch. No, bitch. You can't do that, motherfucker. You ain't got that kind of mobility. What do you fucking think you're doing?" Oh, man. Bungie, dude, name dropped a bunch of people and cleared the air. Oh, we're all in then.
Every chance.
All right. Let's see what Bellular has to say.
Look, there's every chance you've missed this news, but basically it has been a long few months over at Bungie. I mean, just think about it. We've seen the Marathon delay,
unless Marathon has some type of complete reimagining, and I mean, like, these guys really, the only way that I can see Bungie turning it around for Marathon is if they lean into it being more PvE than PvP. And I would also... I don't really have a problem with the art style. I don't know. I just don't see it working out for them. They're bleeding way too much money, way too fast.
Plagiarism allegations, and now, well, one of the lowest concurrent peaks for a Destiny expansion ever. And sadly for them, the mood is not improving whatsoever. Look at the subreddit and you will find a community that's all but given up. The reason why? Well, because they feel like the devs have given up too. But it might not be the resignation of developers. It might not be the community giving up. No, I think the most telling thing about Bungie's state is that the CEO resigned. Let's begin by looking at some numbers, and I know Steam player count.
Didn't he? I thought he had waited until his money had hit, right? Like he waited until volume up, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't he wait until his money hit? Because I know that he had like a payout that was coming. And I think he was just waiting on that payout the entire time. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Aren't everything, but they are.
Okay, hold on a second. Something's wrong with my headset. For some odd reason, my headset will just like, and I don't know why it does this. I might need a new one. It's probably just the battery. I've had this one for, I probably had it for like 3 years or something like that, and I use it a lot. So it's probably just kind of reached its, end of life, most likely. Because I think what ends up actually happening is that, like when I'll charge it while it's dying, it'll just sit here and just constantly like turn off and turn on over and over again while it's still charging, which is probably telling me that the battery's like fucking cooked. It still doesn't make sense though, because once I actually fully charge it, it stays charged for a long time still. It's just only when it's charging that it ever has problems. Looks like they're trying to pull a Blizzard and get Bobby move to get people back. I don't really think that's the case. I don't think that getting rid of the CEO leaving is not going to bring people back to the studio, especially not in the state that it's in right now. Like, who really wants to go to Bungie, like a failing studio like that, and try to like bring it back? I had my own phone for almost 10 years now. It's still good because I charge it when the battery is 100% empty, which is usually what I wait for. I wait for the batteries to die completely, and then I'll go ahead and charge it up while it's doing that. I'm just giving it a second to like gain a charge before I start listening to it again. Literally just holding it and just like waiting for it to charge for a second. What? Oh, okay. Here, I'm gonna give the cat a treat. He's begging like a fiend right now. Battery on my Pro X is why I went with a corded version. I don't know if I could do a corded version of a headset. That just feels kind of weird. Everyone keeps saying Marathon is dead on arrival. I'm more optimistic about it. I think it'll be dead before arrival. You might not be wrong. Thank you for the membership. Let me finish up. I got some of these. I missed some of these super chats on when we were talking about some other shit. Sandy Crotchford hates me because I only have a 3090. Oh my god. Thank you for the 2, Kojiro. Xerxes for the with the $10. Hey, bro. I hope you're. Oh wait, I saw that one already, so I just missed the other one on accident. These are the people that hate me. Yeah, okay. Those people hate you. They definitely do hate you. Don't buy their games. Calm Storms with the $10. Having 4 seasons is meant to allow you to grow the maximum amount of crops, because different plants grow different at different times of the year. That isn't racism, it's reality. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the problem is that we have reached a point in society where you have groups of people that are basically questioning everything that society has ever built itself around, to be able to point to those things as being the causes for a lot of the problems in their life. And in some of those cases, what they're doing is they're just pointing to the actual way that we've labeled, named things, and whatever it might be. They want to question the very basis of how we conceptualize reality, which is just not realistic. And it's one of the reasons why, in a lot of cases, most people just don't want to engage with it, don't want to hear about it, don't want to talk to these people. It's just complete delusion. Yeah, essentially is what it is. I mean, people say it's communism. It's not communism necessarily, like though there's like extents of it from there, but really what it comes down to is it's people that are blaming the world for a lot of their own problems, and they're looking for any reason and all reasons that they could be able to blame it on something else and say it's not their fault that they are the way they are, or where they are in life, or what job they have, or whatever it is. So it's a mix of a bunch of different beliefs and people just relatively feeling aimless and probably like they have no purpose in life. And I really think that's all it comes down to. Indoctrination by algorithm. None of that content is that popular though. That's the thing. People would say it's by algorithm, but if you actually go and look, a lot of that content, a lot of the people that are talking about that kind of shit, it does not get a lot of engagement. Most people don't actually pay attention to that kind of shit. What it is it's people's need to feel like an individual, to feel special, to feel different in a society that is almost entirely now ran by social merit because of social media. That's really what it is. All this stuff stems from that. It stems from everybody's ability to, everybody's desire to feel different, to be special in some way because we live in an attention economy. That's really what it comes down to here. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Hopefully it should be okay. We gave it a couple of minutes. All right, let's watch.
Fate, which is the latest Destiny expansion. Now, part of that was the final shape giving people an off-ramp, right? The final shape is basically the big culmination of a plotline, so if you're gonna duck out of the game, well, after that really is the best time. I mean, player sentiment was already low, and the state of Bungie, and of course the Marathon debacles, did not help. But here's another problem. Only 22% of critics recommend the new expansion, which is absolutely brutal. And when it did release, well, players found that the new portal system completely reworked the game. And let's just say it was controversial. So Bungie basically added a parallel power system, and as Paul Tassi frames it, this effectively sunsets 80% of the game. There was no point in engaging with anything outside of
the scope of Destiny 2 has been dramatically reduced with the launch of Edge of Fate as this entire new era. The real culprit is the portal and the fact that its adjacent new tiered armor and weapon system has sunset the entire rest of the game. Like the entire rest of the game. This is not an exaggeration. This new system launched without powerful drops or tiered weapons and armor anywhere in the game besides Kepler and the portal. So they essentially I've seen some games do something similar like this before, and it makes the game incredibly narrow to play, and it removes your entire feeling of progression, right? So like Final Fantasy XIV has this problem. For Final Fantasy XIV, your end game loop is quite literally get crafted gear, do the end game raid, do the savage raids. That's it. That's the only places that you can go to be able to get that gear. Now, in a game like this, they've essentially made their loop, at least what works to the benefit of something like Final Fantasy XIV is at least that game that's still a group activity that takes a while to be able to get, right? Savage plus tokens, you're done. It's very lame. It is very lame. And there's also no player expression in that either, right? So like the problem is like for Final Fantasy XIV, as much as I love that game, after a while you get a little bored of that. You'll get bored of it pretty quickly. Like the end game loop at the very least. Usually the story content and just the general gameplay is pretty good. And there's a lot of like side activities and shit that you can do. But you have to be into that kind of shit. But if you're into a game purely for progression, I mean, this essentially just removes the entire fun out of the progression of the game.
That system now. And that's because bonuses stack in a way that makes everything else almost irrelevant. Seeing the feedback, Bungie tried
this means all old campaigns, destinations, playlists, dungeons, and raids do not play into the system at all. You can run them for old gear which cannot be converted or upgraded into the new system. The playlist vendors, for instance, do not even have a reward track anymore. The relatively recent, well-liked Pathfinder system was deleted entirely. Grandmaster strikes don't exist at all anymore. Good fucking Lord, Bungie. And you know, the problem is like, accessibility has ruined the games industry. It really has. And it's because these people do not know how to make a holistic video game anymore. And what I mean by accessibility, I mean like the constant need to lower the ceiling to be able to get into a game. So for a game like Destiny 2, the reason why they made the portal and they did all this shit is to make it where new players had an immediate way to be able to get power, to be able to get into the game and get into the raid. That's it. That's what it's there for. It's essentially a free skip, not a paid skip. But it's a system that they can do probably solo. I would guess that the portal's probably solo. You probably don't even need a team for it. Maybe you do. But that's what it's there for. It's not there for the veteran players. It's not there for the people that used to play the game all the time. It is there to fast track new players to be able to get in, get items, and basically get their dopamine hit. And also, I would almost guarantee that it probably has some type of like weekly reset or daily reset. So that means it's probably bringing players back in to continue to play the game and continue to go back to the portal day after day after day after day after day. That's really what this is about. And if you're going to make an MMO, you have to make sure that you have ways for players to be able to express themselves. You have to have a lot of variation in how players can gear and progress themselves through the game, and have different ways of and different types of progression, right? So like one of the things that really works to the favor of a game like Final Fantasy XIV is that you could straight up just be a master crafter. Like crafting could just be your thing and that's what you do, and people make fucking boatloads of currency in a way that you would never be able to make that kind of currency in any other way. And have access to things that other players would never have access to unless they actually learned how to craft as well. And some players, like, that's their whole thing. They like player housing and crafting. So that's what they do. They go and they craft their ass off, and they go buy their player house, and they deck out their house with the fucking schematics and shit that they get from crafting to make furniture, and then that's just the game that they play. They have nothing to do with the end game loop. They don't do the ultimates. They don't do the savage raids. They don't do any of that shit. They do the story content, and then they do the subsequent stuff necessary, the training or the crafting quests and stuff like that. Even though a lot of that stuff was also removed from the game as well, trying to like speed track a lot of that too. That's also just kind of the issue that you run into later with some of these games when they start getting long in the tooth. But I'll be honest with you, the funny thing is, a lot of the shit that Destiny 2 is running into right now, the problems that it's running into, is the fact that they should have made Destiny 3 a long time ago. They should have left this game behind a long time ago and started over fresh. The best way to get new players in is not to create more and more ways for new players to join. It's actually just to go and make a new game. Because like at least how their game, like from the like functional standpoint of like what Destiny is as an MMO, right? Like a game like Warframe doesn't have this issue because you're not catching up to anybody in Warframe. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing that you're needing. There's no end game that you're chasing to try to get to everybody else and where they're all at, because literally everything in Warframe, nearly everything in Warframe, is still relevant content. Like you'll jump into a fucking execution map or something like that, and there's going to be people that are there that are like LR2 that are there that are farming for I don't know, maybe Remnant or something like that. They're farming for fucking parts or mats or something for something that they're crafting. So there's no you don't need to chase in a game like Warframe. Well, Warframe is still an MMO in a classic sense. There's no like end game chase. So their ability to platform or intake new players, it's linear. The minute that you start playing the game, you're still playing with people that have been playing the game anywhere from 5 hours to fucking 10,000 hours, right? 0.001% chance drop mod. Yeah, exactly. Like people are farming all kinds of shit. Final Fantasy XIV, I'll say this though, one more thing to add to that. I will give them this at the very least, which is because of their cosmetic system. And cosmetics in Final Fantasy XIV are essentially like the creme de la creme. Like that's the shit that people really go out there for. It's all for the glam. That makes it where older content still remains relevant to a point. And some content, the only way that you can get that shit, because of just the way how some of the fights are designed, you actually can go back and do those fights at what they call min eye level, so you can actually like click a button and the game will essentially nerf the shit out of your overleveled character to make you as strong as you would be if you were in that raid at the time that raid was current. And then you're actually able to run it and get that feeling of playing the raid like it was when it first released. So they make it in a way where you actually have the ability to like play all of the old raids and old content in a way that feels natural, and it makes all that content still have viability even years later. Final Fantasy XIV's class system is the best I've played for any MMO, I think. I think that helps for staying power too. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy. Like, you don't need to make alts in a game like Final Fantasy XIV because you can on the fly switch your job stone and then level up another class entirely, right?
Fix complaints, but the fixes would have slowed progression even more, so they had to walk those back. And then, well, they had to come up with something else entirely. And all of this got worse, of course, after the QA layoffs of this summer. So the stuff in-game's been going bad, but I'd say, given the QA layoffs, it's hardly a surprise that in addition to all of that, there is a never-ending tide of bugs, errors, exploits, all that stuff.
I fucking love that the QA people are like the first to go, and then immediately after that happens, all of a sudden there's a bunch of bugs and issues. I actually wouldn't be surprised if it's also somebody compromising that after some of those layoffs, but you never know.
And for a peek at what's happening, well, look at this. Raid leaderboards that are full of cheaters. There's paid armor that turns players invisible. There's rewards not being granted, soft locks in multiple places in the game, and people losing access to paid content and stores, and the list of things goes on. And then came even more frustration because Bungie also seemed to remove aspirational loot from the reward pool. They seemingly made it paid instead.
When the Destiny 2 team announced that the return of the Iron Banner PvP mode with new weapons to earn an incredibly cool new armor set, the real trouble, though, began when the concept artist Ben Lowe posted images of the Gladius Titan armor to his ArtStation page. The concept art, basically identical to what ultimately ended up being in the Eververse store. Other than the fact that it has the Iron Banner signature tree symbol on the chest piece. What a fucking what a piece of shit company. What a fucking piece of shit company. Oh, do you want this fancy armor set? You want this fancy armor set? Oh, well, you can pay for it. Well, you can still earn it, but if you earn it, it'll have a crest on it.
So that was a shit show. Of course, it's one they had to fix as well after a bunch of backlash. And, I mean, we haven't even talked about the Star Wars-themed expansion controversy in this video. So in short, right? It's been a bad time. And the man in charge during the development of all of this just quit. But it's more than just that he quit. It's some of the context and also some of the incentives. Bungie CEO is gone. Pete Parsons gets to walk away from all of this chaos. Someone else can deal with the consequences of the company's actions during his tenure.
Yeah, I covered this. I covered this in my Downfall of Bungie video, but it's such a weird way how he kind of like leached himself onto the side of this company, like he's a fucking barnacle at sea, because like these guys. He originally was working with them at Xbox. He worked for Microsoft. No fucking surprise. And he was essentially like their project manager or marketing manager for Xbox. So he worked directly with the team. And then I guess he like had threatened to quit as well when they were trying to make he did quit. He quit based on how Bungie was being treated by Microsoft at the time. Or something. I forgot exactly how the story goes. But essentially, once they finally got their independence from Xbox, they ended up taking him back on. And then they signed a fucking multi-million-dollar deal with Activision. And then the story writes itself from there.
In a blog post at the end of
the irony, and it's still fucking, it never fails, that you want your independence, so you leave Microsoft, and then you sign a 10-year publishing deal with Activision. Whose bright fucking idea was that?
August, Parsons announced this departure. He had 20 years at Bungie, and he said they decided to pass the torch. But the timing is kind of interesting. You see, he's leaving 3 years and 1 month after Bungie's acquisition by PlayStation, and that may just align with stock options maturing from that sale. And that's something clearly in the minds of the staff whom he fired. They reacted with barely disguised venom on social media. Say ex-social media manager Griffin Bennett had a particularly sharp response. He just said, "Vested stock cleared, damage done, but hey, we're all a family, right, Pete?" You see, back in December 2023, insiders were worrying about something.
Throw a
They
motherfucker under a
essentially thought
bus.
the leadership at Bungie were preparing to cut and run after the launch of Marathon. Obviously, the launch of Marathon did not happen when anyone thought it would, especially at the time of those leaks. And what it looks like is that even if that was the plan, while Marathon may have been delayed, Parsons' exit was certainly not delayed in line with the game. So to understand this, let's go back to 2021. Staff framed Parsons as slow to act on toxic work culture allegations. They sent direct letters to him, and his intentions were supposedly good, better than some others of Bungie leadership, but ultimately, he didn't really react fast enough. But this was just the start. What followed next? Well, the multi-project incubation period that sapped resources, the sale to PlayStation, disastrous monetization demands being placed on the Destiny team. All of this stuff harmed developer and player sentiment, and I think most dangerously, it put players and developers against each other. And when that sort of thing starts to happen, game communities can just enter a death spiral.
Well, I'm actually of the mind that like once that starts, it doesn't stop. Have you guys ever seen a situation where like the game community and the developers go like head to head on something, and then it actually recovers and it somehow gets better at the exact like after a short period of time? The only thing that I could maybe point to being the case would be like Helldivers 2, because initially, if you guys remember, like right when Helldivers 2 had first got its like a bit of success, there was a lot of pushback from fans, and the developer, like there's a lot of those developers and also community managers that were shitting on the fans, pushing them away, telling them to get refunds. No Man's Sky, this is a different story that we're talking about here. That's a failed game that came out that was not what it was supposed to be and then build itself back up over time. I'm talking about a game that was already delivered, that people were paying for, but then all of a sudden the like what the developer wanted to do and what the players wanted to do came head to head at one point in time. Yeah, I think Helldivers 2 is probably the best example of that. And I don't think that Helldivers 2 has ever really fully recovered from it, to be honest with you. That while the game itself is actually done well and it's gotten a lot better and they've had some really high peaks, and overall I think the game is good, there is still a very core disagreement between the community and the developer, and what the developer wants the game to be and what they want to do with the game and what the community actually wants from it. Storms at the $10. Not relevant, but I'm playing Borderlands 4 in the background, and I've had it crash like 3 times. I use a premium PC, 4090, 9950 X3D. Yeah, I count 27 total crashes in 18 hours. Too hard restarted my PC. That is fucking terrible, man. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I got a 4090. I haven't had it crash my computer yet at all. The game itself has crashed a couple of times and then restarted itself, but I haven't had anything like that. Hitman World of Assassination, is that something that had happened there? Yeah, I don't know what happened with Hitman. Battlefield 2042? No, that game just stayed bad. That game just stayed bad.
But then came the endless stream of layoffs both before and following the final shape. Because hey, congratulations, you did the final shape, people seem to have loved it, and your reward is already planned layoffs. Epic. Now add to this the woes of this summer, and just before that, the entire Marathon saga that played out. It's a lot. Now, look, to be clear, Parsons isn't directly responsible for everything that went bad. He's not the guy individually, unilaterally.
No, he is. He absolutely is. No, don't make these fucking caveats, Bellular. Is leadership at the end of the day that is always to blame for all the issues of the studio. If they are not the ones that can keep the ship straight, it is their fault that things went wrong. If they didn't recognize that there was bad seeds that they needed to get rid of, if they didn't realize that there was developers that they needed to help or whatever they needed to do to make sure that the game remained successful and continued to deliver to what players were asking for, it's all his fault. It is all his fault. It is always leadership's fault. Every single time.
Making choices about systems or skin implementation, right? Maybe.
No, see, that's the problem. I don't like when these excuses get made that like try to displace. Like, this is one thing that game developers do that I think probably pisses me off the most is they try to obfuscate and essentially just atomize accountability. They try to make it where you just don't know where it's going to be. I mean, who's really to blame for this? You know what I mean? I mean, like, he's not the guy that's doing this and this. Yeah, he's also the guy that hired or promoted the guy that was overseeing the mechanics, that was overseeing the art design, that was overseeing all these other departments. He was the person that promoted those people to those positions. He was the person that signed off on the hirings that those people made for the positions that were underneath them. It always goes back to leadership.
He'll be a tiebreaker between some of his leads, something like that. But he exemplified the...
What is this, Legendary? If we go through a second video game crash in the 80s, who do you think would be most likely to survive? We wouldn't see another video game crash like the 80s. It's just not the way that media works today. What had caused the video game crash in the 80s was an overstock at retailers. So essentially what bankrupted a lot of those companies, like Atari, for example, was the fact that they had paid way too much to print a shitload of video games. They overstocked a bunch of stores, and then those copies didn't move. And then as such, it started a fucking snowball effect. With games being digital, that's not really a problem anymore. So there's no like overstock. There is the investment into the game. So if the game flops, the only thing that would happen is if like we just had a constant string of just failed game launches. Like absolutely every single one of them does not meet its budget. And even still then, a lot of these companies are relatively diversified enough that it's not going to be that bad, right? There's a lot of games that have like live service attachments and shit like that. So there's always something to keep the ball rolling where they might have to do layoffs, but they'll never have to close their doors. We never see a crash again like we saw back in the 80s. Though I think it would be great to see it in some cases. I'd love to be able to see that, but it's just not going to be the same way. We may see some of these companies go out of business or sell off their IPs or downsize their business entirely, which honestly some of these guys need to do.
Company culture. His decisions led to layoffs.
Yes.
Those layoffs left teams struggling.
Yes.
We know, as an example, struggling to run QA. So if you're a player finding, wow, there's a lot of bugs, what's going on here? Maybe that would have something to do with it. And with all that bad news, it's no wonder that Bungie couldn't retain experience. So, at worst, he is indirectly responsible for the company's state, but obviously, as CEO, yeah, he was responsible. But here's something. If Parsons is indirectly responsible for the company's state, what's curious is that his successor will not have the same role. Bungie's new leader is a man called Justin Truman, and you might remember him from some of our previous coverage.
The train guy. Justin Truman is the train guy. He's essentially the dude that came out and said that you shouldn't over-deliver, that over-delivering is a bad thing because it sets the wrong expectations for the players. So make sure, whatever you do, guys, you know, don't go out there and sell a game that's too good, that makes your players too happy. Because if you sell them something like that, they're going to expect it from you again in the future. Doesn't that sound terrible? Wow, that's just like the worst thing that you could possibly do. Dude's a goober.
We talked about his infamous GDC presentation on sustainable live service development.
Right here.
You might
He'll
remember
talk about it.
A quote, which is, beware of over-delivery. Obviously, Destiny players felt that they had been under-delivered to for quite a while, so it obviously fired away as a meme. It became kind of typical, an example of everything that people thought was wrong and going bad with Bungie. In reality, what he said in the talk was far more nuanced, and I guess the easiest way, albeit crude, is to just say he was basically saying, don't blow your load. That's kind of it. Now, he actually...
No, it doesn't... Why do these guys fucking do this? Why do they do this? The overall message is, yes, don't throw all of your content that you're making into your game. Save some of it for your live service. Save some of it to sell back to your customers later. That is what the fucking message is. Don't try to sugarcoat it. Stop trying to protect these fucking developers. God, dude. I absolutely hate it when people report shit like this, man. I like Bellular's coverage on a lot of this stuff, but sometimes he pays a little bit too much fucking credence to these people. He gives a little bit too much good faith to some of these guys that they don't fucking deserve it. They don't deserve it. Look at the state of Destiny. It is a soulless live service game. That company and that game have represented the pinnacle of greed in this industry for the last fucking 10 years. There is no credence to give to them. There's no faith to give to them. So to act like, oh, it was a bit more nuanced than that. Don't blow your load. Don't blow your load is the same thing. It's don't give them everything that you have. No, you should. They're your customers. That is what your fucking goal should be, because that's the best way that you create a good relationship with them. And, oh, I'm sorry, you're creating the wrong expectations about making your customers happy.
The criticism of that meme when it came to accepting his new role, and what's interesting is that ex-staff weren't actively hostile to his appointment, which I think does suggest it could be a step up at least. But here's the thing, he is replacing Pete Parsons, but his new role is not that of Chief Executive Officer.
No, because Sony has no interest in having a CFO or a CEO of Bungie, because they're just going to take over Bungie, and Bungie is just going to be their studio. Where originally the conversation and the agreement that they had was when they bought Bungie, the whole idea was that, like, we own you, we're going to get a part of your profits, we're going to support you when you need it, but you guys are largely going to be independent. You guys are going to be your own thing, running your own game, doing your own thing, and that's it. But now Sony's like, you are now now Sony's like, okay, you guys are our employees now.
He instead will be Bungie's studio head. Now, This may seem like some semantics, but I think it represents the most fundamental shift at Bungie in years. The reason why is simple. It suggests that Bungie's independence is ending under PlayStation. That's a threat that's loomed over them for a long-ass time. It's obvious that now it's coming true. And even before Parsons...
I'll actually say this. I do think that this is probably one of the very few times... It's not very few times. This is probably going to be to the benefit of Bungie. This will be to the benefit of Bungie and to the benefit of Sony and also to the benefit of players. I think that they need direct oversight. I think that studio needs it. And without it, they just don't know what they're doing. And the only reason I say that is because I look at their history, and when was Bungie the best? Bungie was the best when they were under the direct oversight of Microsoft. So I think it's a company that just needs to be managed. That's it.
Announced his departure, PlayStation were closing in, and they weren't doing it sneakily. Sony CFO Lin Tao explained this to investors in early August, where he said, quote, "We have gone through structural reform as we announced last year." And then he added the crucial bit of information, quote, "This independence is getting lighter, and Bungie is shifting into a role which is becoming more part of PlayStation Studios." Yeah.
I think probably the best way for me to be able to voice something like this is like when your company is owned by another company, that management is not as invested in you as your company is, as your management is. And what that ends up creating is it creates a social structure in the workplace where you feel a lot more expendable. And in a lot of cases, people actually work harder and they keep their work clean because they know that there's a really good chance that these guys could come up and just off them at any point, right? Just come up and be like, yeah, sorry, you're out of here. Oh, you made one mistake. I don't know anything about you. I don't even know your name, but I know that you're fired, right? And like, as absolutely fucking garbage of an environment that is to live in or work in, and it sucks, some people need it. Some companies need it.
So integration is proceeding. The independence of Bungie is going away. And
it feels weird having a studio that made Xbox into what it is today being directly owned by Sony. I mean, what does it even matter anymore? I mean, I mean, Gears of War is on fucking PlayStation now. That shit's over, man. It's over.
Obviously, this followed the 2024 restructuring, where PlayStation moved 12% of Bungie, which is 155 roles, directly into SIE, which is Sony Interactive Entertainment. Those people then formed Team LFG, and they're currently working on a live service MOBA, which is one of the things that came out of Bungie's incubation period. Anyway, they also formed the Creative Studios team, supporting live service development, which obviously makes a lot of sense when you know that PlayStation really wanted those live services. Now, before that, well, Sony's incoming CEO visited Bungie, and when he did, he praised the staff, but he said there was, quote, room for improvement. Not necessarily on the staff. No, his room for improvement was specifically regarding business expenses and accountability for development timelines. Certainly sounds like a bit of a threat. And those are the types of failures that staff are not responsible for. They're the sorts of things management is responsible for. And now, Bungie has no CEO. The leadership will report directly to PlayStation. And it's a PlayStation that's different, one that is shifted towards cheaper, faster game development with more central oversight, because they essentially realized, oh dear, we put a lot of chips into Concord, and we really didn't monitor the quality of that, did we? So,
the quality wasn't the problem, though. Sony, the quality wasn't the problem with that. It was just not a game that met with any expectations. Players were like, people just didn't want it. And actually, that was your management, your upper management, and your direct oversight that made the decision to invest into that game. So much so that you guys thought it was going to be the next Star Wars. So much so that you guys bought the entire fucking studio. That had nothing to do with quality. High quality, bad design. Yeah, from what I understand, the game's performance was actually really good. The gunplay itself was really good. The gameplay itself was actually pretty solid. It's just the premise of the game, the characters, and their designs were garbage. And the funny thing is that there are certain cases where you can make a game that is, like, unironically good. But if it's a hero shooter and the heroes are boring, then it doesn't matter how good the game is. And that's what they did. They made a hero shooter with a bunch of heroes nobody knows, cared about, or was interested in. So therefore, the game never moved. Didn't matter how good the game was. It could be the best shooter ever made. The best controls ever made. Doesn't matter. The robot was a yellow water tank? Yes.
You might be wondering, is this better for Bungie?
Oh, you didn't want to play as the 300-pound space cadet chick in fucking tank armor? You don't think that character's cool?
Bungie, it's weird, right? Because we don't know, you don't know, none of us know, because, like, the future hasn't happened yet. And also, game development has a lot of lag time. Parsons left at the end of August, but we're still going to feel the impact of his leadership, I suppose his and his team's plans, for a long time. Now, if we're to assume that Truman has the best of intentions, which I am happy to do, well, it's also...
Hey, they, them, someone cancel this, man. You know, if it's a video game character, I'm just going to start referring to them all as it, because they actually don't have any gender, because they're not real.
The case that he's likely under a hell of a lot of pressure, because he now needs to deliver change for both Destiny and Marathon, both of which are extremely embattled. And he's working with a studio that is now bled of its senior talent via multiple rounds of layoffs, and also dealing with fans that are rightly not happy and rightly not trusting. Meanwhile, production patterns...
I think that Glitch's design is actually pretty solid, but the other characters look like absolute shit. Like the female character that they had, I think her design was actually pretty cool, but the other characters that they had for, I'm talking about Marathon, sorry. The other characters, no. They look like NPCs that I would kill in any other game.
and product offerings keep on changing. Look at the different iterations of like seasonal yearly content that Destiny has had. Look at how Marathon is being forced to change by a market that, well, is I think quite literally demanding change of it. Though of course none of this will be news to Truman because he's been the chief development officer since 2022. Before that, he was Destiny's general manager, and he switched roles right as the chaos began with the Lightfall expansion. He's been part of the decision-making since then, and he still is now. So the question is simple. Do he and PlayStation actually have a plan? At the very least, PlayStation...
I would almost guarantee no. Like that, and like, I think that's the funny thing is like to have any optimism about this next guy and his leadership. Like he's been there as the general manager of the game since all of the garbage, since some of the worst shit has been happening with it.
Can be pleased about something, and that's licensed revenue from Destiny Rising. What's Destiny Rising?
That's actually probably doing them really fucking well right now. People are really fucking high on Destiny Rising. They're very high on Destiny Rising. I've been really interested in it, though to be honest with you, I don't want to play it until I'm sponsored. Because I know they got money, and I know that they're paying people to play it. And I want to wait until I'm sponsored.
Well, it's a mobile game with gacha elements, so yeah, it's bringing in the money. And as we've covered, that's where a lot of the industry's money comes from now. And by most accounts, NetEase...
Hey, this shit's a business, okay? Hey, I mean, hey, it's a business. So if there's an opportunity for me to make a couple of bucks, I'm going to try to make the couple of bucks rather than give these guys any type of free advertisement, right? Like, I already know that, like, I enjoyed Destiny back in the day. So if I enjoyed Destiny back in the day, and this game plays like Destiny, but just has a lot more new shit, and it has a lot more, activities, and people are relatively high about it, I'll probably actually have a pretty decent time playing the game. Which means that's free advertisement for them, and no. Not when I can make some money.
Used their blank slate.
Don't feel guilty, man. I'd never fucking do, baby. I never do.
Spin-off game.
Because I also know just as fast as I'll make that money, I will turn around and I will talk shit.
Actually quite well. They supposedly made a passable Destiny campaign. Players were satisfied enough until, of course, they hit the end game and the gacha and power and all of that began to rear its head. But still, it brought in some happy numbers. PlayStation will like that. And PlayStation now treats Marathon as their investor marketing centerpiece. We see that from recent accounts of them saying that things have improved with the game, talking about features added like proximity chat, that the mission system rewards players better, that the UI and UX has got significant improvements, that they've, of course, removed the plagiarized art. All of those things to rehab its image and, again, tell the investor story that they need to tell. But there is a simple enough fact. Marathon will arrive late to the extraction shooter party. You see, both Escape from Tarkov and Arc Raiders will hit their own version 1.
I've also heard that Arena Breakout Infinite has been doing really well, and people are actually having a fun time with it. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but I've seen some people that have said that they've actually really been enjoying Arena Breakout. So if they're coming at that point in time, honestly, I would wait to see how Arc Raiders does, how Arena Breakout continues to do, and then also check out to see like how Tarkov does once Tarkov comes to Steam. And if the waters look rocky, like these games are actually doing really well, as much as it sucks to say, I would just straight up fucking pivot. I'd pivot the fuck out of extraction shooters and go do something else. I would make a PvE version of Marathon or do something different with it entirely.
1.0's first.
Path of Exile
But when
displays are
Marathon
fucking
arrives,
sick. W
it may
sponsor.
have a
I
shot of
fucking love
success.
display, dude.
Bungie can still deliver cool things.
Keep buying displays. Okay? You want to know how to support me? Keep buying displays. If I can lock those motherfuckers in for another year, daddy's fucking sitting good, baby. Plus, I just like working with those guys. They're such fucking nice people.
Time to time, undoubtedly. But the
Why do I wanna
problem,
play
Bungie
Fortnite?
will deliver Marathon under, to be charitable, let's just call them unenviable conditions, just like they have with Destiny. And when you look at Destiny right now, you do see that it ain't working. The future of Bungie, then. Well, in theory, more PlayStation engagement means more oversight. So if you miss your development targets, yeah, you're not reporting to Pete Parsons who can spin it to Sony. No, you're going to be answering to PlayStation directly. The same goes for missed revenue targets. And if that leads to more layoffs with the same delivery expectations, then Bungie will just have to face the worst of all worlds. One where they can only be punished, where the fruits of their labor will be privatized and, you know, they'll get laid off if something doesn't go well. The sorts of mercenary decision-making we've seen from a lot of these companies. But if we're trying to stay grounded and stay with the perspective that most people are the hero of their own story, that are, at least through their own narrative, actually trying, well, we can think about a statement from Totoki to investors. The one basically of Bungie devs always having had talent and always wanting to deliver for players. You know, he could see that. And a lot of the sort of veiled or not so veiled threats from PlayStation, they were always about management. And when you look at some of the other big games, yeah, Sony does seem to have a better handle on what a quality video game is, you know, for all their faults, than...
Do you know what? And this is actually the one thing, I'll take this back. I do actually have optimism for Bungie, for Destiny, at least the brand, maybe not Destiny 2 itself, but maybe the future of the studio at the very least, if they are directly under Sony's guidance. Because I do think that Sony pretty much, for the most part, outside of Marathon, does have a pretty good eye for quality, but they have a good eye for quality in single-player games. They don't have... That's where this gets rocky for me, where I think that like Sony could probably give them the leadership that they need. The problem is Sony sucks at multiplayer. They have a ton of people that really understand single player games in and out, you know, front end to back end, like a palm of their hand, you know what I mean? But they just don't understand multiplayer. They have still, the only multiplayer game that they have had that has been able to hit was Helldivers 2, and that was not a game that they were betting on. That was not the game that they thought was going to succeed. That's not the game, and I guarantee that game is still making them money right now that they never thought they were going to make out of that game. Never. So I don't know. I don't know what they think. I don't know what's going to happen. It's up in the air. It's up in the air.
Say Microsoft does. It seems the failure of Concord truly shocked PlayStation into waking up.
Microsoft doesn't know what anything looks like anymore.
Has made them completely okay with delaying Marathon, which I'm sure the older PlayStation wouldn't have wanted to do. Certainly the PlayStation that looked at Concord and thought, absolutely, well, yeet that one out. I'm sure it'll go well. We're PlayStation. Look how photoreal these characters are. The gamers and the people will love it. So in the good timeline, we get a PlayStation that holds leadership accountable, that stops Bungie leadership hiding.
And I think Sony purchased Bungie to give them a helping hand with live service multiplayer games. People forget the whole reason Sony had sold Bungie to their shareholders to say, hey, we're going to buy this company for $3.6 billion was to be able to create a effectively like a strategy team. Flop, thank you for the 6 months, brother. Appreciate that. Was essentially to be able to create a task force that was going to go around. It was going to help them make successful live service games, because they're like, Destiny 2 has been so successful, they're going to help us make even more successful games. Except for that didn't happen at all.
Behind their company's somewhat greater than average independence within the PlayStation roster of studios. If that accountability is there and the incentives are aligned, then maybe there is hope. Maybe Bungie can catch their breath. Maybe even they can take the time to rebuild. Doing that will be hard, and the likes of Destiny is a live game with a profoundly disappointed player base, one whose cynicism does...
It's not even disappointed player base. They don't even fucking have one anymore, man. They don't even have one. They're down. I think they're probably sub 20,000 players by now, aren't they? They're fucking cooked. They're cooked. This is not what you want for what Destiny 2 provides, or what Destiny 2 is supposed to be at. You're fucking cooked. You're not bringing it back. The customers didn't even come back for your other expansion
Does
anyway.
feel
You lost a
rational,
third of your
and does
customers
not
from your
feel
last
jaded,
major expansion.
because they've
That's insane.
genuinely had.
I dropped after Witch Queen. Witch Queen was fucking peak. Witch Queen was enough to bring me back to the game even after they had fucked me already. Blame my friend for bringing me back into it, but Witch Queen was fucking insane. God, that expansion was so good. All the content. And then all of a sudden the paid dungeons and all that shit came in, and I was like, bro, something smells like shit up in here. And then I was out.
A very goddamn bizarre time. This story's basically been game development where so much of everything goes wrong. But if you want to see the literal opposite of that, a game free from so many of the things that just, be it indie, AA or AAA, just kill projects, watch this video next. It's about Team Cherry, and I think you'll really like it.
If you guys have never watched Bellular, go watch Bellular. He does videos. I think they do videos like a couple times a week. I watch most of his stuff just to keep up on stuff that I personally don't really cover a lot of. Like, 'cause sometimes he'll hit topics that I never touch, just to hear, another side of the story and hear what somebody else thinks about what's going on in the world today. So, bro, Ackman is on a fucking rip when it comes to when it comes to fucking Call of Duty lately. Like, he don't want to have nothing. He don't want to have nothing to do with it anymore. He used to be Mr. fucking Call of Duty. Now he's like, nah, I'm good. He's dope, to be honest. I like Bellular. I do. There's some times where I fundamentally disagree with Bellular on a lot of things, to be honest with you, because he ends up being a little bit softer to developers, and the reason why is because he's published his own video game, right? Like he made a video game quite a while ago now. It's been a couple years now, and I think that he probably identifies with them a little bit too much. Pale Beyond was great. I heard people really liked it. Yeah, I heard it was pretty highly rated. People really enjoyed it. But I think like once you actually start identifying with the people that end up being the problem more times than not, you're gonna run into some problems. My only issue with Bell is how often he takes the side of corporations with some contentious topics. That's what I'm talking about. I think that he identifies with the industry a little bit too much sometimes. Andy Pants mentions how he just wants to be in the in crowd. The in crowd? What does that even mean? Andy Pants also thinks everybody's gay. Bellier should have been fair. I mean, I thought he was actually pretty I thought he was relatively fair. There's only like one part that I disagreed with, right? So, outside of that, I was pretty good. But we are all gay. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Video games is gay now. All games. Just by playing a single video game automatically makes you at least like half bisexual, right? Oh, you played a female character? That must mean you want to wear a dress. Don't pretend like you haven't. Don't pretend like you don't want to. You can't say game without gay. Is this fucking stupid? I'll just wait a couple seconds for my food to get here. The guy's about to pull up in the driveway in a minute here. I'm gonna run out there. I'm gonna yell at him, tell him to get off my fucking lawn, act like I didn't actually order the food, but still take the food. That's what I like to do. You know what I mean? Gotta let them know sometimes. Gotta keep them on their feet. Wait, yeah. If I just grab the bag... I know, I say run, hobble, more likely. Yeah, I know, actually. I couldn't even run. What am I going to do? I'm going to hobble out there and be like, fuck. Dude's going to be like, are you fucking 80? Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Where's my walker at? Oh, fuck. I just want my like part of my spine just like detached and put back in. I think that would probably help. You know what I mean? Just if I could just be like pulled apart and then put back together, but there was no actual damage. I feel like that would probably be for the best, right? Get a cane. I had to walk with a cane for a while actually. I was in a bad car accident years ago. I hope there's not gonna be any like permanent damage I'm gonna end up having from that. Well, probably. There's probably gonna be a little bit. Probably a little bit, maybe. Probably a lot of it. Turn that down. I hate this game does this shit. I hate when games do this shit. There it is. Close. Is that too loud? Is the music too loud? Do I need to turn it down? I don't want it to be like overbearing for you guys. No, we're good. We good? All right, I gotta turn it down for my own ears. Can't you get a cat massage, LD? Here, that fixes all issues? Fuck, no. You wish it did. It does not. Sadly enough, it does not. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a second. Ow. Ow. Oh. Oh. It's okay. I get a muscle relaxer soon. Then my night's gonna come to an end pretty quick. My night's gonna come to an end pretty quick. Hold on. I need to switch this real quick. Edit. This. Done. Bam, bam, bam. All right.
He's gone.
Weird the game name is Hades, but we don't play as Hades.
Hey, you're up. You were out a while. See anything?
Weird that Hollow Knight Silksong is called Hollow Knight Silksong, but we don't play as Hollow Knight.
I fought past Erebus down into Oceanus. It was so strange being underneath the sea. Do you remember the sea, Dora?
Just came from the new videos. You're back doing all right. It is. It's kind of rough, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing all right now, though. As long as I just don't put too much weight on my lower back, I'm fine.
The sea. That's the thing with all the water in it, right? I heard it's nice sometimes. Also kills a bunch.
Hades is the final boss of the first one. Maybe it'll be the final boss in this one too. Could be.
It's a big place.
Okay, so I did get the fates. I just unlocked this. So, Daughter of God. Yep, got that. Fulfilled that one. Daughter of God will give of the dead. Daughter of the God of the Dead will give 5 things for. I did that already. I made the Sister Blades. What else we got? Prevail in the lowest depths. Meet the Hunter. Meet the Messenger. I haven't seen the Messenger yet. I need more Grasp. And I need to make the other tools.
Artemis.
Do I have shit to give her? I gotta go get some. Hold on. Hopefully I have some to trade in. I want to get her item. Yes. All right, good. I'll bring this up.
Be welcome here and save the Silver Sisters wait.
The music in this game is absolutely fucking fire.
Guide you home tonight in shadow. All
didn't mean to interrupt. I'd not expected this to be a time for song, though neither am I complaining.
Nor should you be. Hey, since you're here, why not lend me your voice for old time's sake? Let go your burdens for a bit. Not like they're going anywhere.
Sheltered by the dark.
That's it.
This is kind of cool. I like this. Siren song? Well, the sirens are in the lower level.
Her passage silently, watching with the eye of night above us all, hiding in plain sight, keeper of the night, moonlight guide us home tonight in shadow.
I wonder if anything's gonna happen. Probably not. It's probably just enjoy this, and then you just cease whenever you want to cease. Most likely. The problem is, I know the minute that I cease, she's probably just going to fucking leave, and I want to try to give her a gift, but I have to probably do it in the level.
I should go.
Yeah, I can't give it to her right now. That sucks. Can I make anything of the cauldron?
Been meaning to try this.
Reagent sensing? Oh, okay. Kind of nice. I can make both of them. All right. So it's like I can't remember the name, but she got a sword from her dead boyfriend. I don't know who that is.
So mote it be.
What does the forget me not do? I should have read it. Improve your memory. Press. Okay. Press on recipes at a glance. Okay. I just got another gift from this.
This is from the Three Fates.
Okay.
Good to see you. A word of caution, Goddess, in regard to an impediment you may confront when finally you reach the far end of the morning fields. Reports suggest it's some sort of infernal beast. A big one. Our shades had to stay very far away.
I might actually turn this up just a hair more for you guys because it might be a little bit too quiet. There we go.
I can corroborate our Shade's reports and add that this infernal beast is none other than Cerberus, my father's household pet, acting on instinct and pure rage.
I feared as much, for they said the beast had several fire-spitting maws. I don't suppose he recognized you after all this time and let you pass?
He did neither of those things. I have to help him.
The Fates indulged you after all. That is their scroll beside your tent. It followed you out of the shadows. Perhaps it can provide some answers.
Would that it does. The fated list has tasked me with ensuring certain minor prophecies are fulfilled, though says little else as yet.
May it reward your efforts at least. But do not expect the Fates to always favor you.
I love the art style in this fucking game. Their art direction is like so fucking like, just in general, like their art style and everything is just so fucking on point.
Full bloom.
I don't have any seeds.
Father.
A finely chiseled countenance.
And also their fucking voice acting is so good. It's so good.
A sense of quiet contemplation and resolve in whosoever dares to meet those stone unseeing eyes.
Watch over me, Father.
FMC is voiced by the same person who voices Vex. FMC. Who's FMC?
the altar of ashes.
I need recovery. I hate to fucking say it. I play this game way too aggressively. I need recovery. Recovery or money?
The boatman. I lack the grasp for this.
What do I need? Psyche? Okay. No, I want that. 20% damage on my cast, which is Q. My moves are 20% faster. I want that money. I'm too short. I'll drop it on the cast. That's not that big of a deal. I'll take the money instead. I'm gonna get more room out of that, or more mileage out of the money anyway.
What secrets lie within?
What is this? Tablet of Peace. Used for placating lost shades, which yields omnipotent glue sniffer. Thank you for the prime. Which yields ash. And I need Psyche to unlock more grasp. We're definitely going to make it because I think I actually have... Oh, no, I need more silver. Because I would really like to make this.
Don't have enough.
All right, let's go get more silver first.
Welcome to our training grounds.
All right, looks like we're chilling.
I'm off.
Does 1.0 add everything? Anything? Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, it adds a lot.
Lord Hermes, go unseen.
You too.
They added like a bunch of new interactions, the rest of the story, abilities, or like not abilities, but like items and shit like that. Yeah, the ability to buy it at full price. There's that as well.
I'm good, mostly. And good to see your task is underway, but change of plan, though it's a lot to ask. Up for a visit to Olympus sometime soon?
Lord Hermes, just a moment. What do you mean, Olympus? My task is to stop Kronos in the underworld. I can hardly breathe the surface air, much less get to a mountain.
The only ace, thank you for the prime.
Come on, Em, you have your ways. Grimes is up to something bad, more than his usual attacks, so just give it some thought. I wouldn't ask if it was nothing, right? Now, gotta run, and so do you. I'll be in touch by Boon. So long for now.
Goodbye. Olympus needs me. On the surface.
Wait, what? Gain a dodge chance and move speed increase the more boons you have. Yeah, that sounds actually really good. I'm gonna take that. Taking something like that early sounds really good. I need to play responsibly and stop playing like a fucking psycho when I died so much like yesterday. Like I played a little bit, and I'm not playing the game like Hades. I'm playing the game like an action game. Like I'm straight up playing this like something else. Love your videos, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. How does this hold up to the first game? I played the game in early access. I had a lot of fun with it, but I didn't put a lot of hours into it. All they did is they gave us more Hades, but better. Like, they just improved on all the systems and shit like that from the first game. And then went in harder on everything else, right? So, like, the music is better. I even think, like, I think they even stepped it up in the visuals, too. Like, their art is just, like, Look how fucking insanely detailed. Look, like, how absolutely fucking insanely detailed these backdrops are for these levels. And for these levels to also then be, like, procedurally generated is just fucking nutty. It's just crazy. You keep dying to, oh, Hecate? Well, I won't die to her. I kind of want to go Daedalus. But a power would be really good. We're going to go Daedalus, fuck it. You never turn out a fucking Daedalus hammer. Come on, come on, come on. Big money, big money, big money. Dash strikes? No. Your attacks deal 150% damage when striking foes from behind. Your special fires each shot dead ahead. And your specials have 30% more range. Ooh. Ooh. I feel like I go special. I feel like I go special here. I mean, 150% damage from behind is really fucking good. But that also requires you to be, like, really careful about movement. Where, like, this is me just, like, dropping specials and my specials dealing a lot of fucking damage. I'm gonna take it. Fuck it, I'm gonna give it a shot. Yeah, so all three of them hit straight ahead. That's crazy. That's gonna do a lot of damage. We'll take the bonus health. Get fucked. See, now I'm gonna get locked in because I'm like playing in front of an audience.
Silk cocoons. Ash of the Dead. I could make a run for it.
I hate these things. I always get hit by their shit by accident. Like that. I tried to dash diagonal, but then I dashed forward and it fucked me up. Now we'll go for, yeah. Yeah, now we'll go for lightning.
Shadow Spinner.
Alright, is there any more of these guys around here? Yeah. Nice. And we got a powered up version. Very cool.
By his own kin. We've done it before, and we're going to do it again. Your assistance in the matter is appreciated.
I feel like I probably just take Blitz on attack. Afflicted foes are struck by lightning after they take 120 damage for after 4 seconds. Your cast uses lightning bolts that repeatedly strike foes. Actually, we'll take Storm Ring.
Shocking every time.
Storm Ring is really good.
Whispers.
I'm already playing irresponsibly again, almost at half health. God damn it.
Zeus, take you.
I need to be careful. We'll go over here. Hades 2 is goated. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I haven't hit the point yet where I've like gotten fully obsessed, where it's like the only thing that I'm playing and I like find my rhythm, but I'll get there. Ooh. Yeah. There we go. Sure.
I heard from Hermes that... I understand. It's not my wish to pry. Thank you for your service.
Oh yeah.
Hear me, on my authority.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. I think we're looking pretty good. Ooh. I don't know which one to take here, to be honest with you. I'm going to probably say replacing with Smoldering Ring would probably be the better way to go. Hades 3 based in Egypt mythology. Just a thought for the future kids, yeah. It sounds like that's what they're going to do with God of War. But that's also just the rumor mill running, right? Knew nothing of this game. I guess I'm in. I'm quite surprised. I'm telling you right now, you play Hades 1 and you just kind of vibe with it, you have a great time. I probably collectively across all devices probably have like 500 hours in Hades probably. I'm just sitting here fucking stacking dots on these fools. Holy shit, this is so nice. I'm gonna be interested to see how this actually works on a boss, because that's gonna be the true test. I guess I go. Oh wait, what am I doing? Never leave the mats behind. It just hit Game Pass too. Oh my god.
For me.
We can spend money again. Ooh, that's huge. Flame flourish.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay, so if I dash, I inflict foes with weak. I'm gonna take this though. There's just a passive. I just get more health and mana. All right, boss fight. Well, let me get a good bite of food. The next God of War will be Karen with a red stripe. What? What does that mean? What is this? Watched your latest video. You for some reason left Mega Bonk out of your value-priced Game of the Year contenders to stack up against the shitty AAA. I would say like Mega Bonk is like some fucking, I don't know, man. I haven't played the game enough to have like a true full opinion on it.
Yourself. I heard from Hermes, headmistress. He gave me the impression that Olympus needs my aid. What of my task?
Your task remains, as does the adversary whom you face. We shall discuss the matter with him.
I'm gonna fuck you up, bitch. Holy shit, that burn damage. There she is. Got you, got you. Ooh, ooh, she got me with that one. No! No. No. They switched up her attack patterns like crazy, dude. Before, she always used to do like the predictable, like you just run around her AoEs and then like dodge the witches. But like that time, she's doing like the inner circle, the inner outer circle shit, and also having the witch's attack. That's not what it was before. You're cooked. You're cooked. God damn it, she's this one. There it is. What's your choice for Game of the Year? It's going to be Expedition 33. Expedition 33 with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 being a really close tie. And honestly, the thing is that I'd probably even go to say that there is even a good possibility that just because of just like time dilation, you know what I mean? Timey-wimey shit. Basically, shit is like, I don't know, there's just been a lot of games in time, like a whole year has gone by, right? There also might be a chance that I'm not actually like fully remembering what it felt like to play KCD2 all the way through. Like, I mean, I remember it was a really good game. It was an incredible fucking story. And fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a really hard choice for me to actually pick between those two games. Because I also remember how I would literally just like hang out and blacksmith and cook up potions and shit just because I fucking loved doing that shit in the game.
Well through it, Millenoi.
The Book of Shadows. I prevailed. Cinder.
Expedition 33 gets repetitive after a while. I don't like that I was essentially punished at the end of Expedition 33 because I wanted to go run around and do side content, and I wanted to look up shit, and I wanted to not look up shit, but I wanted to like find secrets and shit like that, and I did all of those things before going to fight the final boss, and I absolutely just fucking one-shot trounced everything in that entire area and then beat the boss, and I was like, well, that was really anticlimactic. I was like, that kind of fucking sucks. Anyway, love you, man. Saw you had a beard and you were talking about like construction and the trades, and it was still a viable option for the rest of us. I mean, yeah, construction's always a viable option for most people. Just watch your most recent video, Pimp. Looking like a beefcake. They're big, handsome, settle down. My wife watches YouTube sometimes. Don't let her see me, man. Once she sees these fucking curly locks flowing, you better fucking watch out. You're gonna be mopping up the floor. Might slip on something.
The Rim of Oceanus.
I hate when you're super overpowered when you 100% games. Oh, and I'm one of those people that absolutely fucking it gets like when there's a game like that where I'm like that deep into it, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come is a really good example of this. Kingdom Come stayed really even keeled even after me just like going off and just like wilding out on side content before finishing the game. Like I went off on some side content before that game was over. I did like basically every side quest before finally finishing the game. Almost all of them, not all of them, but almost all of them. I didn't do like a lot of the pilgrimage shit. I thought that stuff was stupid. But like I was strong at the end of the game. I'm not going to say that I wasn't. Henry was a fucking tank, bro. That guy, he was ready to go to war. But yeah. Expedition 33, I was just way too overpowered by the end of the game, and it just kind of made the ending a little bit disappointing. Like, it went by too fast, and I didn't get to savor it because it wasn't, like, as challenging as it could have been. Oh, fuck you. I was in the middle of a combo.
Activated.
That's okay. I got some terrain kills off these guys, right? No? I feel like I just keep leveling this. Probably gonna be my better bet.
Limestone.
Ooh, Hermes buff, level up again. I need to get more boons. I need more boons. I'm low on boons right now. Get the fuck out of here. How are you not getting hit by that? I'm just gonna play the distance game, or otherwise I'm gonna get myself killed. What? Who hit the button? Oh, it was this thing that hit it.
Lord Hermes.
Whenever you slay a foe, deal more damage with your weapon for the next 45 seconds. You can dash more frequently. Your channel will cast faster, but your cast ones will expire faster. I'm gonna say dash speed recovery.
Let's pick up the pace.
Oh, fuck me. I hate these floors. The only thing I hate more than this is there's a mini boss that's down here that like does these like multiplying attacks. I'm so fucked.
Open up. Oh, great.
Oh, this is a really interesting mechanic. Well, I forgot what this does. I forgot what this does. Rat King? It's not the Rat King that I'm thinking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the little fucking thing that spouts out of the water and shoots like a projectile that goes out, and then it blows up into like 5 projectiles, and then those blow out again in another 5 and multiplies and multiplies. You're mining resources in the second game? Yeah, there's like resources that you can find for other stuff outside of it. We'll just take it.
Give up already.
I know who you are. I know where you go. You shall not get there.
This magic. Chronos. I'll carve you limb from limb for this. For everything.
How frightening. Unfortunately, we shall never know if yours was a mere empty threat, for you are going on a little time out, at least until some other matters are resolved.
No.
I hate this.
You wish to traipse through this realm, then here, bask in it.
That old man. It was him. Where am I? Or when? Just need to hold within this rift.
What witchery is this?
Fit me for a suit of armor? In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Oh, it's a Hephaestus.
They told me you needed a weapon or something. You already got one. Right, lousy one can spot that piss poor workmanship from here. Though I could tune it up.
Your attacks cause a blast that deals 400 damage in an area. I would say deal more damage to armor is probably the better way for me to go here. That's probably going to give me the most bang for my buck. Armor is definitely stronger, yeah. Yeah, we'll go this route.
My silver all grew stronger.
Getting through armor faster means more defense in my way anyway, right? Like, if I can get through... Fuck. Fuck. Maddie, please don't try to eat my food while I'm playing. Shit. Fucking cat.
There it is.
Oh, that's rough. Motherfucker. No, I'm gonna die.
Predictable.
Ugh.
Let's see what's here.
Whoa, where'd you come from? I didn't even see him. That's not what I want either. I need a sail. I need a Lord Taron. I need the boatsman. Woo! Nope, didn't get it for any of them. But it sucks. Oh, I still have a Death's Defiance. I'm okay. I thought it would end my run, but I'll actually be fine. I think I'm still running Death Defiance. I am. Oh my god.
As for my Arcana.
Living on a fucking prayer, buddy. Living on a fucking prayer. There we go. That helps a little bit. This helps too. Whenever you take damage, shrug some of it off and restore 150. I don't know about all that. Mazik, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mazik. Does this game have a demo? I do believe it does have a demo. I guess I take the bonus. Like, armor is not really like that big of a deal. At the start of an encounter, gain armor that lasts for 7 seconds. No, we'll take this. We'll take the bonus.
Silver.
Hell yeah, Batman. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay. I need to finish my food before this boss fight. What class is he playing? It's not a class. I'm just using the twin sister blades. I didn't finish it, but... Okay.
Hello. I knew it. She's come back. You ready for another show, lady? We've been rehearsing our
What I really like about this boss fight is that depending on whatever instrument like you kill, like the singer, the guitarist, or the drummer, like that part of the song is removed.
What do your musical ambitions have to do with unprovoked acts of violence against me?
She's just heckling us gals. Ignore her and take it from the top. 2, 3, 4. We are Skilla, the
You suck. Oh, fuck. I got hit by both of those. Is that cool? So since I took out the drummer and the guitarist, all you hear is the bassist and the vocals. Okay, now it's the guitarist solo. So now you'll hear the guitar. This is so fucking cool. I fucking love this, dude. So now that it's the guitarist like solo act, you're gonna hear the guitar like kick in hard. Got it. Solo act, some glorious testament to your immersion. It's so fucking good, dude. It's so good. Cool little details for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of attention to like the cool little details. I just fucking love their artwork in this game, dude. It adds so much fucking more to it. So like you don't realize it, but you're playing in a club. So you see like all the spirits are here. They're at like the bar drinking and eating and shit and fucking hanging out and listening to the band. Meanwhile, I'm fighting for my fucking life over here.
First tunnel to my right.
Within a green-tinged chamber that the shrilly singing sirens made their own, a pathway plunges deep into the unknown outskirts of the underworld.
So this is Skiller's little lair, huh? Long way down. Where to from here? Can't get through. It's watching me.
think I gotta go north.
Across the fields, beyond the bridge. Seek there a pathway down.
Oh, here it is. I don't think I have choices though. I think I only have like that is my only choice. So I get a Daedalus hammer and a health upgrade. Do you have to play the first one? No, not really. But there's some contextual stuff that would make a lot of sense because you're the in this game you play as the sister to the brother of the guy in the first game. And then you also get to meet the parents who, like, that's the whole reason she's fighting is because of what happened to her family. But if you play the first game, you already know, like, who her family is. You know who her mother, father, and brother are. Sister of Zagreus, right, yeah. Daughter of Hades.
Things to find.
Who was their mother, like Persephone? I can't remember who their mother was. Persephone, yeah.
Ashes. I'm ready for you.
God damn it, how do I keep running into that? It's like the third time I hit those fucking vines.
Should be able to revive that bow.
Okay. Oh my god. Unnecessarily lost so much health here. Getting more sloppy by the second. God damn it, dude. God damn it. I swear, I don't know what it is with this game, but it's like once you get into doing something that you know you're not supposed to do, you just keep doing it harder. You just keep doing it. You just keep doing it even more. The next thing you know, you're like, oh, I took a stupid hit. Now I took 5 stupid. Now I took all stupid. Now I'm dead. You just turn into a fucking train wreck. Specials give you 15 extra power to deal damage in a wider area. Too bad the first one doesn't have a demo. I mean, just plays the second one's demo. It's basically the same game, just more of it in 2. So I'm using my special a lot. I don't know what the difference of 15 power is. Or if I want the 15 damage and each hit bounces toward up to 2 foes. Do I want 15% damage or 15 power? I don't understand what the an increase in the base amount of damage that you inflict. Other bonuses multiply this. And this is a multiplier. I'm not really too sure which one I should go for here. Especially since I'm running burn. I would feel like wider effect area and 15% is probably going to be the better route to go. There's also 20% damage, and my special fires 3 shots. Oh, plus 3 shots. Which means it would have to charge longer, though. 2 is better for crowd control. 1 is better for raw damage. Do the bouncing hits auto-aim? I think it does. Hidden knives. I think dancing knives is probably a better way to go, just for the extra. Bosses aren't like that bad right now, I don't think. Like, I think I handled the boss fight pretty good. Oh, there.
For Nimandoros. I think I'm finished here.
Oh, God. I hope it's nothing terrible. This isn't bad.
Against me?
Oh, that is really good, actually. Holy shit, that was not good. Floppy. If I just lock in, I'm fine. But I gotta lock in first. Don't take any advice. I haven't played this game. Fuck. Power just means base damage. You know, the thing is, I gotta figure out what. I don't think that, like, my fire damage is based off of my attack damage. How's your back doing? It's starting to wear thin. It's starting to wear thin. And it also doesn't help that my cat is now sitting on my back. Like, because he's, like, shoved himself between the back of the chair, so I can't even lean back right now. Your strikes emit chain lightning that bounce up to 4 times, but you prime 50. Yeah.
Thunderous power.
Like, no fucking brainer. Your pain makes him more comfortable. What it's like for cats, you think so?
Someone there. Someone there. Someone there. I mean you no harm.
Oh, it's Echo. Oh, that's huge. Where's she at? There she is.
I mean you no harm. You no harm. No harm. No harm. That makes 2 of us. What ails you, Shade? Is there something I could do to ease your burden? I could ease your burden. Your burden. Your burden.
I say I take the boon of Zeus. Because everything else is just going to degrade over time.
I don't know who you are, but thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Sure.
Corrupted shades.
Holy shit. My crowd control is insane right now. My crowd control is fucking insane. Because now not only does my blade bounce between foes, but also at the same time, I get, once they bounce, they also bounce with lightning.
Smackers.
Holy shit.
I bid you
Now we just need to get some health.
None of my light pierces this dismal region normally, but for you, little star, I shall not hesitate to pierce the heavens and the earth alike. Together, let us strive for victory. Now.
It would have been really nice to get the health boon. Your hex deals a large blast, 1,000 damage after 4 seconds. Your hex raises the last susceptible foe in an encounter to fight for you for 12 seconds. Your hex makes everything else move 50% slower for 4 seconds. I guess I'll just take the summon. Whatever.
Together we shine. Whole hearts.
Fucking can't see nothing!
And now my claim.
Fuck off! Wench?
That was all of them. Flourish and reveal my path.
That's nice. Unlocking those trees is really nice. It's a good thing. I'm gonna say I'm going to the stove. I'm gonna say I'm going to the stove. Hopefully there's a heal there, a heal here, which usually there is. There's not.
Olympus, I
There's
accept
not.
this message.
Your attacks inflict blitz. Your chain lightning deals more damage and bounces up to 3 more times. Yeah. I guess we'll take the ashes too while we're at it. Oh, fuck. It's all good. I still have, I think I still have a Death's Defiance, right? Yeah, I have 1 Death's Defiance, so I'll still be able to resurrect this disjointed music. What do you mean? This does not bode well. No, I still have a Death's Defiance, so I can still, if I do die for whatever reason, I will res with like 50% health, right? But if I play responsibly, I should be okay. But this is actually kind of a tough fucking fight. This is a tough, this fight, this is the one that killed me last night.
Better, Cerberus, I swear.
I actually have to play the distance game with him, otherwise I will get absolutely destroyed. Woo! Because his paw slam is super bad. His like paw swipe does like 40 damage or something crazy like that. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. I dodged into it. That sucks. I had already dodged out and then dodged in. Fuck off. Fucking song though. Oh no.
Return to Shadow now. Cerberus just doing his job.
Damn it. This game has better music than Doom the Dork Ages. Its music's fucking fantastic.
What would you say is the most frightening thing you've encountered out there lately, Mel?
Well, I'd have to go with the raging infernal beast guarding the only viable way into Tartarus. Absolutely massive, countless sharp fangs, 3 fire-spitting maws. Though he's also my family's dog.
Ah, you had me going. Well, if you're telling me there's nothing scarier out there than a pet dog, it means I've got no competition. Time to rest on these laurels some more.
Please make yourself comfortable.
All that you see is my
There's something new. A prophecy concerning Doom. I have to find Lord Moros once again and call him here.
What is this?
The river's overflowed back there.
Interesting. I don't know what that is.
You're returned.
I think I know how I can do the bidding of the fates.
Reveal a hidden glade in Erebus where you may restore some health amid the gloom. What does that mean? Causes a random main weapon each night to have grave thirst, yielding bones in each location. Oh, I think this is like you get a bonus. I think this is getting a bonus for like your weapons will kind of bounce back and forth, and that way you can get like like it tries to make you switch up your weapon so you get a bonus for using a different weapon. A healing fountain room can spawn an Herberus. Oh, that's really nice.
Headmistress, I saw him, Kronos. First beyond Erebus in the guise of an old man. He then attempted to ensnare me in some vision out of time. The river aflame, everything ablaze.
Still, your heart, Malinois, you're safe. And you were able to return again, which means that all your training served you well. So then, he realizes who you are.
So he claims. I broke free from his spell like it was second nature, but neither could I raise a hand against him. What must I do now?
Nothing has changed. You're to confront him down where he resides, where your mother and father rightly ought to be. But go with patience, not with haste. He may know something of your power now, yet not enough.
Yes, Headmistress. What you said to me before about my mother, that was very cruel.
Fair enough. Can't kill each other here, but we can use our words. If we were fighting for real, I wouldn't have held back either.
I figured not.
God, you are such a bitch, Nem. Nemesis is such a fucking bitch.
You look as though you've seen a ghost, if you'll forgive the very antiquated mortal turn of phrase, goddess. So we'd say to someone looking disconcerted.
Yes and no. I saw Kronos out there.
Yeah, but she's
I
hot,
thought he
though.
had
That's
me,
also
but I
true.
broke free from his spell. This was in Oceanus, though I also caught him snooping near the pathways out of Erebus.
Damn it. Our reports said nothing of the sort, but then some of our shade informants haven't yet returned. We had expected Kronos to stay put in the lowest reaches. You must have caused enough of a stir to catch his notice.
I've hardly been discreet in my approach. Is there truly no other way?
We reckon not. We're counting on him thinking you're inconsequential to his plans. As for our own, I shall go over this with the good witch. Be safe, and cheers for the report.
Of course. Cat. There's the grave thirst aura by the silver pool.
Ooh, I can make the umbral flames or the moonstone axe. I can actually make both, I think.
Now. Ignium, the umbral flames. Incinerate my foes and light my path.
Would that I could see behind me now.
Much deeper than it looks. Interesting. All right. Zorafet, the moonstone axe. You can split anything apart.
Bear it with honor.
I don't know which one to use.
She has returned.
I use a lot of fucking magic, though.
Magic's back to full.
How much damage does that do? 60? I suck with the axe, but I do love it. It does a lot of fucking damage. I never use dash strikes.
Commander, You once held a place of honor in my father's house, so you must know Cerberus. I think I found him in the morning fields, coated in miasma, heads to paws. Was he always prone to uncontrolled fits of rage?
Oh, no, he mostly sat around. We go way back. It's just I kept strategically afar, seeing as he's kind of like a dog and I'm kind of like a bone. So now he's giving you some trouble, huh?
It's not his fault. Kronos must have cast him from the house and put him out to pasture. But if I can just break through all that grime, I'm certain I can calm him down.
He never did like bears, just so you know.
I mean, I could go ranged. That's also really useful.
The path to perfection.
Fuck it, we'll use the axe.
Here we go.
We'll give it a shot.
It's now or never.
Yes, recall when last we spoke with your grim father, niece. He never was the most sociable sort. When we stopped hearing from him, we figured he was simply in one of his moods, not in the clutches of Kronos.
Do I go knockback? That sounds like the smart way to go. I think I'm gonna go. I think I will, because like one is gonna do more damage, and then two, I can knock enemies away from me, which gives me time to swing. Axe go hard. Thank you for the 5. True. Seems like it. Oh, use a straight up spin to win. I didn't realize you could do that. Oh yeah, this is really good. Yeah, this is really fucking good.
Come, wastrels.
And I'm already down to 50% health almost. Obviously, I know what I'm doing. Is this low-key a Souls-like? It's hard as fucking nails, yeah, but it's not a Souls-like. Your special deals more damage and inflicts freeze. I'm gonna take Snow Queen.
Sure.
One instance of damage completely negated every fucking floor is kind of fucking busted. Sounds like a little, but it's a lot. The wave does make my reach with the axe like crazy far, so that's actually really nice if I use it the appropriate way. We'll go to Karen. We'll go to Karen. Do you see more retro style games like Shinobi Vengeance becoming the next big thing? I don't think it's necessarily like a next big thing kind of thing, if that makes any sense. I think it's probably more like I feel like there's always going to be an audience for that kind of stuff. Man, I don't know which one to go with here. Like I'm feeling weapon. I'm feeling weapon. But this dude also has some really good shit. Pull it? There's not enough people awake in chat for me to be pulling it. Is there damage fall off, damage ramping effects? Knockback could also help with building into that. True. I feel like I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna take this because this could be really strong.
Who you're dealing with.
God, I'm so sloppy. I'm so sloppy. Oh, I'm so sloppy.
So you're a witch or something, I'm to understand. Then what do you need me for? They have that fancy magic of yours ain't all it's cracked up to be. My work, witchy, is reliable.
Is that? You hate that guy? You know who the voice actor is? That's the same dude that does it's the dude at the very beginning when you're doing your character creator in Path of Exile. Hephaestus is I think that's who the voice actor is. It sounds like it at least. The access speed takes some time getting used to, yeah. And it's like, how, holy shit, I hear it. Yeah, I know, now you hear it. Whenever you take damage, no. Your attacks and specials deal more damage to armor, yeah. I'm actually really good with recognizing voices. Like voice actors in anime and shit like that all the time. And that's in Japanese.
Got on all right, comparatively speaking, I suppose. After we put the Titans in their place, though, he went down into your underworld and I drifted away.
It's the guy, same dude, is it really? If not, it sounds like the same guy. I'm gonna look. I'm not going to get into it. It's going to take me too long. You deal more damage to foes that are nowhere near other foes. Damage to isolated foes increased by 15%. AKA bosses? Yeah, I'm taking that. That's like, I mean, I'm more concerned with bosses than I am with clearing right now. I do need some HP, though. I mean, we gotta go for him again, dude. We gotta go for him again. Holy shit, that was close. It's not actually the speed, it's the wind down that I need to get used to. Like, when I can actually dodge out of the attack and cancel it. Because the weapon has momentum. Okay, your specials can cause a blast with 500 damage in an area. Weapon deals more damage based on the percentage of your armor, and you gain some right now. That's only if I just like not get hit anymore. We'll take this. I'm not that ballsy. I fucking hate those things. I always think I can hit them before their wind up, and it's always too late. Uh-oh. Okay, we're not doing too bad. We can go to the shop. Oh man, this is tough. I feel like it's Daedalus Hammer. Like Daedalus Hammer is just like that's just the upgrade, right? Like, I mean, Moon Blessing would be nice. Yeah, it's Daedalus all the way. Yeah, I'm not even questioning it. Your attacks also deal 60 damage to surrounding foes with every strike. Whoa. Wow. Wow. There's your ad clear right there. Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, I'd go with that. I know. Well, the other ones are too expensive anyway because I don't even have the magic to be able to get through those. What's this? Okay, we'll take that.
How humiliating that even our boons must be concealed, lest we risk revealing too much about our plans and defenses to our enemies.
After remaining inactive for 5 seconds, rapidly restore mana until you act. Your attack deals more damage, but uses 10. But that's the Omega attack. So that's when I actually charge my attack. Whenever you clear enough encounters, a random boon you have will gain rarity. I love that one, actually. That's one of my favorites.
Farewell, Lord Charon.
Malinois. Hermes urged me to address a certain matter with you here. However, my view is you are unprepared for the surface as of yet.
Meaning you won't lift the wards barring the path to the surface? What if I remove them myself? I've seen how you do it.
Then you'll be more prepared than you are now. Till then, remember your objective lies below, past me.
Permeation of witching wards.
Cross flames burn!
Ow, that hurt a lot. Sucks. Ah, she got me. Fuck.
No, you withstood that.
They did a lot of damage. She still had a lot of HP left. I had no idea that was going to hit that hard.
It's not an inconvenience, but a strength.
Yes.
Still getting used to this weapon. It is not easy to use.
You.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, there you are, bitch.
I am master of this realm. Yet even I would never venture into yonder woods. You even found your way back from your detour in Asphodel.
They just fucking hit with the bangers out of nowhere. Okay.
Damn you, Kronos.
The fates cannot help you now.
What?
And stop. It is a pity that this granddaughter of mine is both a weakling and a fool, an elusive one. I ought to thank the fates that we have met at last.
The fates had nothing to do with this. You took my family.
Our family. Make not their same mistakes, and in time, we surely shall grow past this halted start to our relationship. I shall see you later.
Wait. You. Onward. Ugh, that's cold.
The underworld plunges deeper than the deepest sea, yet there are such places where the edge of one and the other meet.
One dark abyss next to another. Those spouts again.
Okay. Let's see here. We'll go for this. I don't really need a lot of bones right now. God damn it.
Cooked fish.
That's the thing I don't like about the axe is that I really need to stop comboing because these enemies can actually attack between my combo. That's the thing that I keep getting hit up. I keep getting hit with.
Perhaps you should return some other time.
Fuck off.
Behold the splendor of your father's underworld.
Headmistress taught me well.
Who taught you to avoid such trickery? Cease this whilst you have the op.
I know it's
That helps a lot. Your attack, everything's just faster. More speed is just good. Miss Limestone? Oh, fuck.
Back to reality.
What is this?
The exits are right there.
So dumb. So dumb. I thought it was just the initial explosion. I guess let's see if I can buy some health. Probably not. No. This dude never... This motherfucker always leaves me hanging dry. Well, I guess I'm taking this, so at least it's something I can take with me when I die. Maybe I get lucky and this hex ends up being hell.
We need you where you are. Your battles through the underworld are consequential to the war.
Your hex restores 15 health up to 3 times. Replenish whenever you use fountains. Okay, yeah.
Together we shine.
Oh no. I didn't mean to do that.
You wretches are in for it now. Need to recharge.
Hail, sister.
Exclusive access to... It's been a pleasure to have worked more closely with you, Sister Artemis. This is hardly worth the gift of impeccable precision, though I wanted you to have it.
Doing the old traditions now, are we? Well, sure, then I accept your offering, Sister Milenoi. And I've an offering for you in kind.
Truly?
White
You're
antler.
the best. Moonlight guide you.
Together we shine. Hermes finally got a hold of you, did he? Sounds like things have really taken a turn on Olympus. Glad I'm not there.
Artemis, how can you say that? It's your hope.
Is that even possible for you? Born of the underworld and all that? Then again, you're a witch. Must have a remedy for everything.
Specials may deal critical damage. After you dash, your moves may deal critical damage. After you hit, seeking arrows.
My mark is yours.
See you.
I guess I'll go with the health increase because that's at least a pseudo heal.
Count right now.
More health. I should be able to pull this off if I as long. Oh, God damn it. Oh, okay.
working on a song.
Is it any better than the one I heard on my
Try to
way
focus
in?
on the drummer first. Yeah, it makes me have to move around a lot less. God damn it.
Just like that. Don't need to stare.
I thought I dodged that. Dude, that's...
That's why you're just on me. Not that I can blame you for it. I would be too if I were you.
So many misplays there. I'm not used to, like, not being able to dodge out of my third attack. That's what's really getting me. Ah, fuck.
Distracted by the siren song, were you?
Fuck off. Axe is tough to use, man. It's really strong, but it's very hard to use. It's because that third attack, like, throws you forward.
Wanted you to have this, Dora. To the best hunter in all the crossroads.
See, I knew you were gonna pull this gift custom thing on me sooner or later, so I have come prepared. Catch.
For me?
Ghost
Thank you,
onion?
Dora.
Oh, what gives there, Mel? You look like you've seen a... I don't know, but whatever it was, it got under your skin.
Oh, I'm all right. Just a little shaken. First nightmare since all this started.
About time, you were past due. Oh, how scary would you say it was compared to,
The terrifying visage that you see before you now?
Not even close. Hail, spirit.
You invoke me?
The fates expected this. Welcome, Lord Charon.
True.
These shipments shall be very valuable to us. We remain, as ever, in your debt, Charon. May swift Hermes hasten your voyages across the realms, wherever he may be. And until we meet again, shadows conceal you.
Thank you for the supplies, my lord. Where'd Nemesis go?
So, there's a bit of a new wrinkle in our plans. We've been able to verify some of the details that Master Hermes suggested to you about what's brewing on the surface.
Please tell me what you may. And if you think it wise for me to deviate from my objective to address whatever's going on up there.
The forces of Kronos gather to sail on Olympus through a channel cut across the land. You're poised to disrupt the enemy ranks from within. Aid Olympus, and your chances against Kronos may improve.
The warded pathway leading up should drop me right into the heart of our foe's forward garrison. It seems so reckless.
Call it a calculated risk.
I should be able to increase my grasp. Concentrate.
Okay, so I have only 2 more to play with. But what does this do? You deal 25 damage to foes with at least 2 curses from Olympians. Oh, so it's like if I run like a double damage buff, like if I have like fire and ice on it or fire and lightning on it. Okay. You have 1 reroll that can alter boons. That's always nice to
The
have.
champions.
Just short of being able to use 1 chances every night to turn a minor find into a major find. That'd be really nice. Another reroll.
Enchantress.
Yeah.
The cards know. What's that one do?
Whenever you exit a location, fully restore your health up to a total of 50 health this night. Interesting. For the next region, you gain 20% critical damage, but you are limited to only 30% health. I'll probably just keep leveling this up. I'll just level up the coin purse.
Another artifact of night within the pool.
Ardent Skull. You need a G rock, bronze. Blast foes with explosive attacks and retrieve the shells with lunging specials. Interesting.
Hey, everybody, look who's back.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I have essentially... I've run my limit. My back is starting to kind of fuck with me now, and it's distracting me. So I'm going to go lay down. Anyway, thank you guys for putting up with me today. Thank you guys for hanging out. Today's been a good stream either way. I'm going to lay down, rest my back, try to recover a little bit, hopefully come back a little bit stronger next week, and then kind of go from there. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for all of the subs and donos and all that good shit. Thank you guys for everything. I appreciate everything. Thank you guys for sharing the videos. I've noticed a lot of that lately, which goes way further than you guys could possibly think. Thank you for liking and subscribing and commenting and all that fucking bullshit. Just thank you guys for everything. Just thank you guys for everything. But I'm gonna go rest and try to chill out. So stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, and have a safe rest of your guys' weekend. I'll catch you guys next week. Peace.